What's going on, man? What's going on? You know what I'm saying? See, I'm chilling, man. We snowed in today in Memphis, so I'm chilling today. But, man, what's going on, man? It's your guy, 5100 CJ, a.k.a. the Pookie Hybrid, one half of the 5100 podcast. And I'm here to give y'all a special broadcast for the ones in the city, man. Hey, got a little entertainment for the snowed in. If you're not watching the game, you know what I'm saying? Check your boy out, you feel me? But today's conversation, I know y'all saw the title, and really the title, what I did with the title, hold on, let me get my light right. There we go. But what I did with the title was, a little clickbait, it has to do with what I'm saying, but it's not that simple. When I ask, do women really want black men to be fathers? It's not a simple question that has a simple answer. But there's a lot of ways you can look at even that question being asked, right? It's a peculiar question, right? So those that don't know, and some of the people that watch know me personally, some people don't, but it is what it is. But I am a man that was married when I was younger. I am now divorced. I have one child with that same woman, and this whole process of trying to do the right thing, be married, have children, wedlock, which is something you should do, right? But doing that really taught me a lot about my community, right? So me and her linked up when we was in high school, and we had our ups and downs like any other couple does. But eventually the relationship basically ended in about 2017, 2018. My daughter was about 3, so about 2018. Our relationship ended, and this is when I started to realize how the black father is not really celebrated. And that really shook me, right? Because I just thought that, coming up, black men just didn't take care of their kids. As you saw the thumbnail that I put up, it's like all the things that you hear when we're talking about black men, right? So this show is kind of a recollection of that and trying to get an understanding of why these things happen. So I had a conversation. Hold on just a second. I had a conversation years ago. I was like 18 with my uncle, right? And my uncle, who is what I would call a very present, pretty damn good father, right? Me and him were having a conversation one day after a football game I had. And some kind of way he mentioned that he was on child support. And I remember thinking, wait. What? And the reason I had that thought was because I was shocked. Because he was a very present father. A very present father. And I thought that, this is what I was told as a black boy growing up. A lot of y'all probably heard it. Your dad is on child support, or, we put men on child support because they don't take care of their kids. So for me, it was like a wow. Like, okay, so it's not necessary. It can't be about taking care of your kids because, my uncle is like the best father I know. And, he takes care of his kids. My cousins are well taken care of, Might not be the best, but he's a damn good father. So I remember how finding out a good father that I knew personally was a good father was on child support. I remember how that shook my foundation. But it didn't shake it enough to where I just believed that was how things were going to go. That just shook me, right? So moving on, I'm with my white wife at the time. Well, we weren't married yet, but we were shacking up at one point. We had moved in together, and we have little fights here and there. But I wasn't a cheater. I didn't abuse her. We just had difficulties figuring each other out, And I remember, I'll never forget this because it's just still rings in my head, bro. I remember she said that she doesn't respect men, and I didn't think that was too far-fetched because how we were raised. She had her father, but he kind of ended up leaving as she got older, and it just kind of didn't shock me to hear a black woman say that she didn't respect the black man at that time. Hell, most men didn't because we didn't have our fathers. Like, we just had we have this energy towards black men and fathers in the black community that it just wouldn't shock me that somebody says I don't respect men, aka black men, right? So we get in sticky situations, and eventually we get divorced. But before we got divorced, I remember we had conversations about my child, because I remember telling her, like, my dream was to be a dad. Like, I'll never leave my kid. I'll always take care of my kid. And I remember her saying, I would never put you on child support. And this is the key right here. She said, I'll never put you on child support as long as you do what you're supposed to do for our child. Paul, this is before a child is ever born, right? And I had the conversation of, well, I would definitely, hit you with something a week, and I just do what I can. But, I'm going to keep baby girl. Like, you ain't got to worry about, me not being involved as a father. We had these conversations. Because, some people in this space swear up and down that niggas don't have this conversation. I definitely did. And I remember that, right? So I'm on child support now. So obviously there wasn't some truth in that conversation. That is just a way of trying not to sound like a bad person. But honestly, you learn that it's more systematic than anything. Like it doesn't matter what you do as a father, right? That's what I've come to realize, right? So I'm gonna get into today's show. I just kind of wanted to warm everybody up, man. If y'all in the building, y'all give me a like button, man, and let me know how I'm sounding. And shout out to Shank Rock. Shout out to you, brother. I don't think I've ever seen you over here before, but man, I appreciate you coming in, bro. Said Willie Lynch. Exactly. Most definitely the Willie Lynch. So like I said, we split, and at the time I'm getting my daughter like 3 days a week, sometimes 4, right? This is early on from the split. And my daughter's daycare was in the same neighborhood that I lived in. And I lived in me and my ex-wife's old house. We wasn't buying it, it was renting, you know what I mean? So I ended up helping her get a new spot, you know what I mean? We did our thing, whatever. We just moved on. And my daughter was with me a lot. But there would be times where if I didn't do something fast enough, or if I didn't give her what she wanted, immediately I would be looked at as less of a man, not a good father. Just little things that I was just like, I was shocked. And this before child support came into the picture, right? So I want to say maybe a year after that. Hold on. All right, my boy Ted's in the building. My boy, my co-host at the 5100 podcast. What's going on, brother? But anyway, so 2 years passed, right? We're not together. We're not having sex. We're not doing anything that couples do. We're no longer a couple. And when I'm done with you, I'm pretty much done with you, right? So I wasn't doing nothing sexual was going on. So fast forward 2 years, she has a guy now, right? And throughout that time, there would just be little incidents. Like, I remember I was going out of town for my birthday, and I made that clear before anything ever happened. I said, I'm probably about a week or two out for my birthday. I made it clear, I'm doing this, so I won't be able to get baby girl. I'm doing this. And I remember I was going to get a rental car one day, and I just caught out. Like, it was the day I was leaving to drive down to Nashville, but Atlanta. So I remember, like, she just raised hell. Like, I'm not a good dad. You need to do X, Y, and Z. Why you not getting your baby? I'm like, bro, we made these plans before. Like, what are we talking about here? Like, I'm driving down to Atlanta for my birthday. You knew about this 2 weeks ago, right? So it was just little stuff like that. And I'll be honest, I had my ways too. Like I remember, I was sending her some cheese, but I was basically paying half of daycare. And then I ended up paying the full daycare when I got a better job, just trying to be a good man, right? I remember I didn't send over clothes because I was like, man, I'm already paying this, I'm already paying that. I could have sent the damn clothes, right? That's something I definitely could have done. I remember how some things it can help alleviate pressure in a situation if you just do the little thing that ain't gonna hurt you to do. I could have done that, true enough, but I didn't, right? So those were things that just caused rifts between us. But regardless of that, I still took care of my daughter. So I just didn't think child support would ever be a thing. Fast forward, let's see. After I left to go to Atlanta, it was probably like 6 months after that. We were having a conversation and she told me, I found out where you work. And I'm like, oh, okay, so. And I found out how much you making. And I'm like, I don't know how you would find out how much I'm making, but whatever. I know now how she found out, but that's anyway. So I was like, damn. Like what this energy was just weird to me. So she said, I feel like I deserve. This is what she said now. She feel like I deserve more because she found out I make more than she thought, which I don't even know what she thought I made. Like I never told her how much I made. So I don't even get that concept. I really don't fucking understand that. But that's what she said. So she says, well, I'm just going to file for a mediation. Now at the time, like I'm so, and this is where I've gotten into it with older head guys because they didn't put us on game about this stuff. They didn't tell us this stuff. They just kept quiet. And this is why I refuse because I got people in my family that's telling me don't bring up this type of stuff and don't talk about what goes on with you personally, because this is why we in these positions now, because niggas was quiet and dudes was simping to the umpteenth degree. I just refuse to do that. So I remember thinking, mediation, what is that? I'm like, okay, bro, whatever. So we end up doing the mediation or whatever, and they were talking about how, okay, this is the chance of back pay, this is this, that is that. And I was like, well, we haven't got divorced yet, so I'm not even going to do all this. She's like, well, you don't have to do that. We can wait till the divorce decree is finished. And, that upset baby mama, right? Well, ex-wife, right? So I'm going to just fast forward this because I want to get to the breakdown of today. So, no, I'm not blaming older people. I'm saying older people didn't put me in on game about how the child support system works. If they don't put us on game about it, which continues to happen until my generation came about, we walk into it blind. We don't know the system. We don't understand how time spent with child is a factor. We don't understand how his income is a factor, how her income is a factor. Like, we don't understand these things. And that's because older black men and men in general didn't really talk about it with their sons, nephews, cousins. Like, it wasn't talked about. If anything, it was probably more complaining, but it wasn't broke down to anybody. So it's not a shot at older people. It's just a statement of fact. This wasn't talked about because it was keeping kids out of grown folks' business. You know how they go. But anyway, so we end up going to court, right? Child support court. Finally got us our court date. So I remember I had a lawyer. I had hired me a lawyer. I hired a lawyer, and I remember when we first got in the courtroom, how the judge and my lawyer knew each other, and I found out she had worked for DHS, right? That's Department of Human Services. So I remember thinking that was weird, but whatever, maybe I was thinking maybe that'll help me. They know each other, right? So, they asked me how much time I had spent with my child. I told them, she had been, because at this time she was playing games with keeping her away. So I was like, I'm only seeing her like, twice every 2 weeks. You know what I mean? Like, I'm really not seeing her. So he basically broke it down to, well, that's 82 days a year. And I was like, but I was trying to get her more. He was like, well, you didn't get her more. Basically, that's what he told me. And then when I said that her mother would do things, he would ask her to confirm it. But when her mother said I did things, he didn't ask me to confirm it. I remember that vividly. Like, damn, like this is really, you know what I mean? Whatever. So, to get to the end of that, bangs the gavel. He was like, you're gonna pay, what was it, $9.75 a month, and $25 will go to back pay. So basically $1,000. And he said, your back pay will be. This is what he said. I'm a compliment you because you have been trying to be in your daughter's life, and you've been doing things that a man should do. So I must do respect to you, Mr. Johnson, but I'm going to hit you with blase skip. And it ended up being 27 grand that he put me in back pay. And basically that became, and I remember pushing back because I was like, Your Honor, how did that number come about? Like, I just got this job where I'm making good money. It seemed like you're hitting me with this number because of what I'm making now, not what I've been making this whole time we've been split. Like, I just started working this good job. And they didn't want to hear that. They basically told me if I keep talking, I'll be here in contempt of court. So bam, I'm hit with that. I'm being treated as a number, a statistic, and I'm the man that cut the cord when my daughter was born. That I drove her home, I took care of her mama, like I put her mama through school, like I've done these things, right? So now let's just go ahead and get into today's story. So I seen a Charleston White clip, and if you know me, I am not the biggest fan of Charleston White, but when you're right, you're right. Okay. So Charleston White was on somebody's podcast. I don't know the podcast. Maybe it'll be on screen. But I'm gonna play something because I wanna highlight what I'm actually getting at, and then I'll start my breakdown of today. All right. Share screen. Here we go.
I've seen grown men weep and cry. I'm talking about gangster bad niggas, cause man, they just can't cheat. Because she got so much control over the baby. I watch niggas give up on life.
I think that's low.
I watch niggas put their head down in shame and walk away from the baby because she got too much control. It breaks a man's spirit and soul. Right. Your son or your daughter looking at you and mama got all to say, and you supposed to be daddy, then you can't be the hero. Right. Then you can't be that kid's hero. Because mama played a villain and you can't come save your child from that villain. How you gonna be that hero? I kick this goddamn door in to get my baby. I've seen grown men weep and cry. I'm talking about gangster bad niggas, cause man, they just can't cheat. Because she got so much control over the baby. I watch niggas.
Now, those who don't know, okay, I got you, Ted. I'm gonna keep playing it. But those who don't know, me, co-host of the 5100 podcast, and my guy Tez, we had an actual in-person sit-down podcast with Charleston White, right? And I remember I was bringing this. How you know social media is just a game, bro. You have to understand that. But we had a conversation. It was mostly me because Tez was more mediator. I was more engaging, right? So me and Charleston White were having a conversation about the child support system, not being able to see your kids. And he basically went into the old trope of niggas don't take care of their kids. They don't go down to the court. That he ran that whole gamut. And fast forward, 3 years later, 2 years later, about 3. He's now saying what me and Tez were basically, what I was saying about the system, because I'm in it, so I know it very well, right? He's now saying that. I just wanted to point that out. But he's seeing men cry over not being with their kids. I have seen it and I have done it. But you don't hear that story, right? So that type of stuff really begs the question, right? So look, I've said this before, and this is going to be a little controversial, but this is just my honest opinion based off what I was raised and I saw, right? You cannot be a great father unless you do one of a few things, right? One, being married to the child's mother. That is one of the only ways, in my opinion, one of the only ways you can be a great father to your child, especially when they're young, is to be married to the woman you have the child with, because you are limited, right? Or two, having full custody and also having another wife to help you shoulder the load that it takes to take care of a child. Like, there needs to be two different energies with that child. There's the masculine, there's the feminine. We know the whole trope, which is true, right? But you need that. That is the only way, in my opinion, that you can be a great father, is if you have full custody or you are with the woman you had the child with. And I only say that because that is the only way you can see that child every day for the most part, unless you have a great co-parenting relationship that also has schedules that align with each other to make it easy. And I actually know a few guys like that, but very few, right? So the reason Charleston is saying what he's saying is because a lot of guys find out when they have children that if you're not with that woman, she doesn't see you as a father for real, for real. She see you as somebody that can pay a bill, see you as somebody that is almost a nuisance because you're not her man anymore. So you're probably not smashing her in this situation. And I didn't smash mine. Like, we never really had sex after we split. I think it happened one time. And after that, we never touched each other for real. So yeah, let's go ahead and get back to the clip.
Watch niggas give up on life, homie. I watch niggas, cause man, they just can't see, because she got so much control over the baby. I watch niggas give up on life, homie. I watch niggas put their head down in shame and walk away from the baby because she got too much control. It breaks a man's spirit and soul. Your son.
Hold on. He said it breaks a man's spirit and soul. Tez can attest to this because, like I said, the guys I call my brothers, my friends, for real, you know, it's love. We're around each other's families. We in each other's houses. Tez remembers in my old apartment, I gave my daughter the master bedroom because I wanted her to have the room that was furthest from the door. The room that should have been her room was the room that was too close to the door. And I said, I'll take that door. I'll take that room. And I remember in the time that me and X got into it seriously, and I had paperwork put on me. I was literally trying to fight for my daughter, and I didn't see my daughter for a year. I kept the door to her room closed, and I took the fixtures that I put on her door, because we definitely made her room a girly girl room. I remember I took that stuff off of her door because I didn't want to see it, bro. Because sometime I would walk past that room and I would break down. Sometime I would go in that room. Like, I hadn't been in that room in so long that the toilet bowl had water rings around it because I just wouldn't go in there. It breaks you. It breaks you psychologically. It makes you, it's like a combination of being broken because you want to be with your child. And it's also a combination of the stereotype that's placed on you as a black man is not there for your father. You're fighting that for your child. I mean, you're fighting that in your mind. You're fighting it in your head. And those type of things break men when we're talking about fatherhood. So, you know, Charleston was definitely right about that.
Son or your daughter looking at you and mama got all to say and you supposed to be daddy, then you can't be the hero. Right. Then you can't be that kid's hero. Because mama play the villain and you can't come save your child from that villain. How you gonna be that hero? I kicked this goddamn door in to get my baby.
And he said, mama will play that villain. She'll also play that victim too. See, here's why this conversation is so important. Because in the black community, we view the deadbeat dad or the non-custodial parent pretty much one way. The dad just walked away, right? And it's not until the space like we're in now, the manosphere space, the red pill space, the male empowerment space, whatever you want to call it. It isn't to the last 10 years of this space. It's been around longer, but 10 when it really started to make an impact, that we started to have the conversation about what really goes on from the man's perspective. And bro, I had many rough nights. I still do. Of trying to rationalize this stuff, because I remember how we talked about we wanted more black men to be fathers. Like, we want more black men to step up and be fathers. So I just remember thinking, well, if you do that, you should be good. Like I told you with the story of my uncle, a guy that I knew was a great black man and a father. He was on child support. And I remember how that hit me, right? I was like, damn, I thought child support was for deadbeats. But it didn't sink in all the way. Then I got to live with my dad when I was 15 too. That showed me a difference. Then I went through it. I realized how you're seen if you're not with that child's mother. Automatically. Right? So another part of this conversation is emotions, right? There's a lot of emotions that are passed between the mother, the child, and the father when they're split. Like, they're still connected in ways because they created that child together. You're not, just because you're no longer together doesn't mean that y'all are not a part of each other. So I'm looking at my notes, make sure I got it right. If the mother of your child has any disdain towards you, the child picks up on that, especially if the mother will talk about it in front of the child. She'll talk about you bad in front of the child. The child will pick up on that. If your child sees the mother cry and the child knows that for the most part, the reason mama's crying is because what's going on with daddy, that causes confusion to the child, right? And a lot of people don't even just really have this conversation. I saw it happen to my daughter. I saw the back and forth from, being split from the parent, whether you have a good co-parenting situation or not, is rough for children. It's actually unfair. Children deserve to have their mother and father together. So they deal with emotions that don't really get talked about in the Black community, because it's, the mentality is, I'll be fine regardless. My child don't need no daddy. Like, it's a selfish way of thinking, right? And there's also something else I want to show you. Give me just a second as I pull it up. But the problem, it's just the problem that I have with these conversations is that it's only had from the way that the point of view that, we don't love our children. And that's just the furthest thing from the truth. You'll see videos of a man with his newborn baby and he's celebrating while holding her. And it's like, he feels so proud of that baby, right? And you have to ask yourself, how does a man go from feeling like that to not being there? We'll get into it tonight. We shall get into it tonight. But this video I'm about to show you actually comes from a video I did. When did I do this video? About 3 or 4 months ago. But I did this video because I needed people to understand something. And this clip I pulled from it was from a lady I got a lot of respect for, the Crimson Cure. So let's watch that right quick.
It don't have nothing to do with men. It don't have nothing to do with Black men now. There is no space for Black men. There is no love for them. There's no respect. There's no place In so-called Black culture, there is no place for Black men. Black men have been relegated worse than to the back. They have been nearly completely erased, except to remain as a pariah and to be a whipping boy and to be a scapegoat for all of the things that have gone wrong in the Black household and in the Black community. Okay? So they had to be removed from the home and then the culture. I would place home in biology if I had to place it. And then I would have to, then he obviously said culture. So the removal of Black men and or the tarnishing of their image, erasing them biologically, erasing them out of the home. That means not only erasing them, taking them out physically out of the home, but also taking them out of the importance of their role of reproduction as well. Taking Black men away from children, diminishing their contribution to children unless it has to do with child support and all of that type of stuff.
Okay. So what she's basically saying is culturally Black men have become really like a non-starter. Like we're not talking, and she said Black men. I need y'all to pick up on that. We're not talking about, the guys that have no sense of direction, no sense of wanting to be better, no sense of the understanding the importance of family. A stat came out. Basically, only 10% of the guys. Well, no, it's not a stat. It's like an opinion. I'll give it an opinion. About 10% of the guys in the hood really get active. Like, tote iron, let off shots, go to war for real. Like most guys ain't on that. Most guys ain't trapping. Most guys ain't, it's like most Black men are not doing that. I know that's the image, but the reality is most guys ain't cut like that. It's just the reality, bro. I was raised around a lot of hard head dudes and guys that wanted to be this, and that, but they never really, they got clowned a lot because they weren't like that, right? Most guys are just not like that. So I brought her up saying that because the key part that she said was that we have been removed from reproduction or raising of children. And think about what you hear. Little man is fine. I'm all he needs. I got us regardless. I don't need a man to raise a man. That is what our women have said for generations, bro. We're talking about before I was born. This is not a new phenomenon. This is not a new talking point. This is reality. And I'm not saying that they didn't have any reason to feel that way at times. I get it. There were things that happened back in those days, but nonetheless, they are still screaming it, and it's 2024. So everybody want to talk about we need to stop having the Black man and Black woman debate conversation, blah, 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 blah. But they don't want to say we need to stop having this conversation about Black men not being deadbeats. They don't have a problem with that narrative still being talked about. It's the one that goes against that, right? So as I was saying, your child is affected emotionally by a lot of this stuff. Like your child is manipulated through a lot of this stuff, and the culture reinforces it. That's the part that people miss. It's not that things are just being said. We have a culture that reinforces the negative behavior. That's what you're battling against as a Black man. You're not just trying to be a father to your child. You're also trying to be a father to the community that will blame you for not being that father to the community, but will also do nothing to help you be that father to the community. Just hold on tight. I got you. We're going to take a ride. Just think about like when your kid wonders where you are and they ask the mother, if you and her are not on good terms, for the most part, you know what that woman's going to say, even though she knows she plays a part in you not seeing that kid? Is that basically your dad don't want to see you. I don't know where he at. He won't answer the phone. Blah, 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 blah. Like these are the games that get played with children. So it makes you ask the question, like, do they really want us to be fathers, or do they want us to be stand-ins and child support payers? Because I don't know if y'all noticed this from the women's side of the game, and at least publicly, speaking, because so many Black women have children, they actually celebrate stepfathers more than fathers. And it's kind of ironic how those same women usually have a quote unquote deadbeat baby daddy. It seems rather convenient, right? So let's go to another one, right? I'm gonna go to another clip, and I'm gonna speak about something else, right? Give me just a second. I'm gonna pull it up. Hold on. My bad. Oh, that ain't even pulled up. My bad. Hold on. All right, let me share this page. Let's do this. Hold on, is that who I think it is? Yep. What's going on, Auntie? Thanks for coming over. She know firsthand what kind of father I am in the games that got played after that. People know what's going on. What that is. Marcus Evans, what's going on, man? I appreciate you being here. But yeah, I'm gonna play this part right here.
Complained and hated a Black woman he had a baby by. So in my 20s, psychologically, nigga, I wanted to be able to have a loving relationship with my son. And nigga, I wasn't fit to have no baby with no Black woman because she wouldn't allow you to have a loving, full relationship with your son. Because what I started hearing between my cousins and my female friends is, this my child. You can't take my baby nowhere. So the Black woman claims 100% rights and authority over the kids. So that robs a Black man of his legacy. I wouldn't rob of my legacy. Most Black children don't have their dad's last name. Most Black women won't allow the Black man to name their child. Most Black women wouldn't allow the grandmother of the baby daddy to have access to the grandbaby because what she felt about the baby daddy. So she kept the kid away. So I didn't want that, homie. So I strategically said, nah, I ain't putting my dick over there in that garden. Nigga.
Now, he said a lot of, he said a lot of most. I don't know if it's most Black women. I don't know. I would say it's most of the ones I've seen, but I haven't seen most Black women, right? But if the sample size of where I live is going to be the determining factor of what most Black women do, then yeah, I would agree. But I don't know if that's the actual truth. But I will say this. I thought like that too. Because like I haven't had a child since my first child, and it's a reason for that. Like, well, other than the fact I ain't ready. Well, I'm getting there now, but I wasn't ready for the most part. I could have been all right, but I can say I wasn't ready. I would say that's not the right attitude to really have, but I agree with what he said when he said, the grandmothers don't even get to see the kids because of how she feel about the baby daddy. And here's the key thing. I said it earlier, if y'all were paying attention. She said how they feel about the baby daddy, right? Remember I said in the beginning, I asked my baby mama, I told my baby mama, my ex-wife, I was like, don't put me on child support because I'm always take care of my kids. She said, as long as you always do what you're supposed to do for your kid, I would never put you on child support. And it's exactly what Charleston White just said. If they don't feel a way towards the baby daddy, then the grandmother can see the kid. But if they do, that kid will not know his family like that. This is the reality that Black men go through. And we've always talked about the deadbeat dad. We've always talked about that. It's why it annoys me when, you'll have a comment section full of women commenting on a video that talked about how some women do parental alienation. Some women are drug addicts and abuse the children. They'll always go back to, well, let's talk about the man that abandoned these children, which is a small number, bro, of men abandoning. Do you understand what abandonment means? That means to be never seen again. I'm leaving my child and don't care what happens. That's what abandoning is. Most men don't do that. A big chunk of percentage of men don't do that. It's the smaller percent that does. But that has become the biggest narrative in America, that that's who black men especially are. And stats are proving that that's not true. But fuck the CDC stats. Social media has done one thing good for black men. You're seeing so many men in those hospitals and at those basketball games and joking and laying in the bed with their kids. I'm talking about from disabled kids, Down syndrome having kids, bro, taking on other men's kids. I know plenty myself. I remember I was talking to this chick, and Lord have mercy. You know, if you see this, hey, it is what it is. But I won't put your name out there because that's not cool. But her mother had 5 children by 5 different men, and I believe she was number 4 or 5. I can't remember. But me and her talked. And she didn't have no respect for men either. I noticed this. I noticed this reoccurring pattern of the women that didn't respect men. And I remember we had a conversation about her stepdad and how he, you know, held it down while his mama went through some things, right? We'll just say that. And I'm like, I said, man, he had to be stressed out. She was like, what? He was basically he was honored to do it. I'm like, I'm not saying he didn't love you, motherfucker. I'm saying to deal with 5 children that are not his. No, none of those kids are his. And he was doing it alone at one point when mama was going through what mama was going through. And to say that he wasn't stressed, like she got mad at me for saying that. And I'm like, bro, this is crazy. This is crazy, bro, how they view black men when it comes to fatherhood. They don't understand it. Now, that's partially not their fault, but they need to holler at their mamas because we've always talked about our daddies. That's people ask me why I don't harp on deadbeat dads or whatever. 1, because there's a small number of people, period. 2, y'all got it covered. Shit. The whole world talks about that. That's the number 1 narrative about the black community right now. They ain't no fathers. Like, so what do I need to say? Right? So let's talk about fighting. And I'm very comfortable. Like, we snowed in, you feel what I'm saying? You know, at Memphis, ain't shit moving. Like, tomorrow is over with. Ain't nobody gonna go to work for the most part. It's over. The city finna be shut down. So I'm just at home chilling, comfortable in my robe. You know what I mean? He said this a do-rag, Shana. Whatever, nigga. But you know, so like I said, I don't believe you can be a great father unless you have a great relationship with your child's mother, or you're still living with, married to, in a relationship with your child's mother. That's the only way you can be a great father, in my opinion. Those parameters. Oh man, get the fuck out of here. He's so funny for this shit. That was funny. I never thought nobody would even go there. Yeah. Little brother. Come on, man. Come on, low class. Relax. Relax, low class. Okay. Come on. But yeah, I'm chilling, man. Like, that's all it is. I'm chilling. You know what I mean? Hey man. Hey, I just felt like, hey, let me get personable with the people. I'm not naked under my shit. I got pants on, a shirt, you know what I mean? Whatever. I'm not trying to show off or nothing. I'm just chilling. Anyway, god damn it. Let me get back on the subject for this nigga throw me off. World class love to throw off subjects, man. Damn. But anyway, so let's talk about what gets said when men are not involved in their child's life, right? At least the way we would like them to be or think they should be, right? The words you hear, the phrase you hear is go to court or fight for your kids. Some of the most annoying shit ever to hear. Because let's do this, right? There's a lot of ways that can go. You can be divorced, you can be split, you can be a man that has a drug addict baby mama, a woman that is irrational, or a woman that is just plain. See, that's when you're in trouble, when the woman is just plain Jane working, nothing out of the ordinary as far as what they can see on paper or whatever the case may be. That conversation is a little different, right? But you also have the women that cross state lines, and if a man knows just a little bit about paperwork, he can get full custody because she's breaking laws. But the woman that is put on game, like my ex-wife was, they're not going to do that. They're not going to make it easy for you, right? So you're fighting a battle that you don't even know you have to fight. Going into it, you're blind because you don't think like that. I'm not in and a lot of that is because older head guys, gotta say it for what it is, didn't put young men on game. This is just the reality. For whatever reason, I think somebody came in the chat and said a lot of black men back in that time weren't put on child support. Maybe that's true. Regardless of the matter, our ass got smacked with it because we had no idea what was actually going on with this system, right? So, hold on. So, let's say you go to court and you get a decent ruling, joint custody, or close to joint custody, right? Here's what you don't understand: the strain that it puts on you and your child's relationship. Because now there's going to be more consistent going back and forth between homes. And the mother is going to be asking her what's going on, who he's talking to, or what is he saying. And then you have those situations like, okay, I told you at my house, you can't eat these type of snacks, right? Then you go back with your mama and your mama says, your daddy don't know what he's talking about. You can do what you can eat, da 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 da. I remember I had a conversation with my daughter, and then I let her call her mama or whatever. So I'm sitting there, I'm playing the game, right? I think I'm playing Madden or something. I'm playing the game, and I'm letting my daughter talk to her mama. So I remember hearing her mama, my daughter said to her mama some real disrespectful stuff. I knew she was playing, but it was just disrespectful. And I shut it down. I was like, no, that's not gonna fly. And her mama fought me instantly and was like, you don't know what the fuck you talking about. You know what I'm saying? That's how we talk. Blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, that's not your fucking friend. That's your daughter. And I remember how my daughter looked at me like I was wrong. Her daughter reinforced that I was wrong. And that's when you get to seeing this paperwork don't save you because your relationships get affected. That's not on paper. Relationship with your daughter is not on paper. That's really, it's not quantifiable. It's basically what it is: physical connection, mental connection, emotional connection, relationship, right? That you have a relationship with your child. So I ain't gonna lie, like having these conversations just like, because it just bothers me because nobody seems to give a damn about fathers. It's not even rights. It's just treatment. It's not just, it's rights for sure. Let me not play the game like it's not rights. It's rights. Because if you talk about the guys that fight for custody, it's a single digit number of how many men get custody that fight for. And they say, well, not many men fight for it because they see the percentages. I mean, it's not fucking rocket science, right? So another thing that gets talked about is not putting children in adult business, right? And what happens is both parents will probably start to do it. And myself personally, I have done it. I sort of regret it, I guess we'll see when my baby gets older how much I do regret it. But I sort of regretted it because it just caused a lot of pain to my daughter. But her mother would tell her, I don't do stuff for her. Your dad doesn't care what you do. Your dad don't do nothing for you. Like stuff like that, bro. Like real egregious ass shit, bro. To knock me down to my daughter. Right? Like, and it's like, why the fuck are you doing that? And you see so many women do it, bro. And we just act like it's nothing. We just act like it's nothing. Okay. So after court happens and you get this ruling and these very tumultuous situations occur, but you know, life goes on, right? Now ex-wife has a fiance and they have a new home. You have a new home. You having to get different jobs. Like things happen, right? Like life don't stay the same. So amongst this ruling in court, amongst this split, amongst all this turmoil that's going on in a relationship, now you have two people's lives that are intertwined but are constantly changing. And that causes a strain on your child, right? And that's when, like, as a non-custodial parent, you just see how much you don't matter. They basically want you to adjust to their life, but they like you put that and you're like you put that child in a situation where like they have to just constantly be adjusting, right? And this is not one size fits all, bro. Like this is a lot about this changes with personalities, state guidelines, personality types, whatever. Whatever, bro. Whatever. I'm not even acknowledging your ass right now. You see the conversation I'm having, nigga. This is important. But honestly, bro, seeing my daughter, like, I haven't been seeing my daughter, right? And it's like, I'm trying to see how to say this. It's not that I can't. Because I can force the issue, of course. I can hold her mama in contempt of court, right? But my daughter has already gone through enough, right? Let's rewind a little bit. What's this? January. About August, right? Ray, what's going on, man? I appreciate you being here. But I remember about 6 months ago, right? Roughly. And it was my daughter's birthday. Well, it was coming up, right? Me and my child's mother were co-parenting pretty well at this time. It's probably in that from August back to probably April. We were doing pretty damn good co-parenting, right? But I remember me and my ex-wife would talk while I was at work. You know, I had my headphone in. We chopping it up about work, you know. Basically, like she telling me what's going on in their home, like, well, how it's affecting my daughter. And you know, I was being cool. I'm trying to keep the peace. So I'm having conversations that don't necessarily have to do with my daughter, like no smashing type shit. Cause I'm telling you, I'm repulsed by her now. Like I wouldn't anybody in the chat, I wouldn't smash her with your shit. You can, like, I don't care. Like I wouldn't go there. But we had got back to where me and her were having conversations and it wasn't always about our daughter, right? But there was a conversation that came up about our daughter. And that conversation was around my daughter's birthday. What, Ray? What's up? What's up, bro? What's up? It was around my daughter's birthday. And we talking, bro. And I'm like, so, what's going on? What y'all doing with the birthday party? Whatever. It's that year to plan it. I'm like, I'm trying to pull up to the birthday party. You know what I'm saying? Like Camille, that's my daughter's name. Like she wants me to go. So I'm like, shit, what's up? I pull up. I got gifts and all this shit, right? I'm pulling up. So she told me, I remember this shit like it was yesterday. She told me, well, we'll just call him stepdad. They're not married, but we'll just call him stepdad. Again, they're not married, but we'll call him stepdad. Right. So he's not comfortable with you being there. I'm like, well, it's gonna be at your house or something? She was like, yeah. I said, I know where y'all live legally. That's in the divorce decree. Like, I know where you live. Like, that ain't really saying nothing. So, but she was like, it is what it is. Like, but I need so and so for her invitations. So I helped her out, got the invitations. So I basically got invitations to a party I was not invited to. My own daughters, right? So my daughter's birthday was that Thursday, I believe, or it was a Friday. Let me see. Let me get this exactly right because it's important. The timeline is important, right? So her birthday was on a Thursday. Her birthday was on a Thursday, right? So I got her for her birthday. Like I picked her up from school early. I didn't go to work that day. I picked her up from school early. Me and her went to do our usual thing, go get some yogurt, frozen yogurt. And we just, kicking like we do, like, she chill with daddy, you know what I'm saying? Like we do our thing, So I had to take her back because it really wasn't my week to get her, but whatever. So now that on its surface is like, okay, well, you got to see her on her birthday, why would you have an issue? Here's where my issue came in. Because my daughter was like, Dad, are you coming to my party? And I had said no. She was like, why? Like, it made her sad. And I'm like, see, that's the problem right there. Like, that's the problem. And I had conversations with both of them, the lame ass stepdaddy and my lame ass ex-wife, about, they said it to me, and I had to be a man about it when they were like, we have to do more of what's best for baby girl versus our personal feelings. So much so that this guy had said something to me. I'm gonna go ahead and say what it was. He told me, probably a year before the incident I'm talking about right now. He told me, me and her got into it, and he jumped on the phone and was talking reckless, and I told him whatever to get your weak ass off the phone, blah, 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 she little shit talk. And he told me, I got control over your daughter. I got control over your daughter. This brings in the next segment of what I want to talk about, the stepdad parts of this stuff. Another factor in being co-parents, right? So, yeah. Tez remembers, yeah. And Tez remembered the level of, I begged dude, because he was talking. She's like, he's like, I know where you live. I said, yes, you do, bitch ass nigga. Please pull up. I'm gonna beat you to sleep, nigga. I was begging him to pull up. Of course, the bitch ass nigga didn't pull up. And it was probably best for both of us because I would have been in jail for anyway. So, but even with that, Ray, you saying what the fuck, and he gotta go. Even with that, The Pookie now. Pookie. I'm Pookie. Okay. Even the Pookie was like, okay, we're gonna let bygones be bygones. So much so that when I bought my daughter something for Christmas, he has a daughter the same age. I would buy her stuff too. So my daughter and his daughter could play with the same toys, be able to do certain things together. That's what I did. I'm not gonna act like I was perfect in this whole situation, but I made strides. When we would meet at cheerleading events and I would see him there, I was the only one that would reach my hand out for a shake like a fucking man. I put grip in mine, he did in his. Right? I'm seeing this is not a stand-up man, but I'm trying to do the thing that's best for my daughter so we can have a relationship, right? All right, now let's get back to where we are. I've done that, bought Christmas gifts for his daughter, have done things to mend fences, right? So my daughter's telling me that she's basically sad because I can't come to her birthday party, right? So fast forward to the birthday party was that Sunday. I had her for her birthday that Thursday. So I didn't talk to nobody after that. Like I kind of just stayed back because I was kind of in my feelings a little bit, but my little girl, she could have called me, but it wasn't my week to get her, so it was like whatever. So Sunday comes about, right? And JBJ, what's going on, my dog? Sunday comes around, the birthday party, right? And there was a family member that went that got a picture. And that picture made its way to me. I already felt like betrayed that my family member would even be there knowing I'm not invited and haven't ever really been invited to any birthday party since we've been split, right? I've invited when I've hosted birthday parties, $700-800 birthday parties with, and some of her family, my ex-wife's family came, but she never would show up. Neither would the bitch ass nigga, right? They made no effort for it to be a fair situation, and this is why I said when you're a non-custodial parent, you're basically at the mercy of the primary parent. Like that's how it goes, and they won't do shit. A lot of the times they talk that shit, but they ain't doing nothing to make the situation amicable for all involved. They usually aren't because they don't have to, right? And the nigga gonna follow the bitch if he a bitch ass nigga. That's just how it go, right? So let me calm down. I'm throwing the bitches. It's that Memphis nigga in me. I'm sorry. It's the Pookie coming out. I gotta bring the Pookie back down. Okay, I brought it back down. All right, Pookie back down. Back to hybrid now. Okay, so now I don't go to the party. I see a picture and I'm just hot. So I call her mama like, man, this is really what y'all on. Like, this don't make no sense. Like, how is you running all this shit, but you can't get a nigga to be out his feelings enough for me to be there for my daughter's birthday party? You talk all this big boss, independent, strong babe bullshit, right? But when it come time for my daughter having her dad at her birthday party, all of a sudden you ain't got the pull. I'm starting to think it ain't even really just him. I'm thinking it's you too. That's how I'm feeling. You dig what I'm saying? So fast forward again, right? I'm not really talking to nobody. I'm staying back because I'm in my feelings. I want to see my baby birthday, and I'm like, I paid for the invitations. I'm paying child support, so that money really going towards what they need, and I can't even go. Like I'm just not feeling this shit, bro. Like fuck the woman. I'm not caring about my child's mother. I don't want her, so I'm not caring about that. I'm caring about the fact that I can't be there for my kid, and my kid is wondering where I'm at. That's a strike against me whether I want to be there or not, because all that's gonna be in her mind is I wasn't there. You dig what I'm saying? You see what I'm getting at with this whole presentation today, right? So I have my daughter the following weekend. No, I pick her up Thursday. Her practice was Saturday, so this was the weekend, right? I picked her up Thursday. So Saturday came about. My daughter had cheerleading practice, right? And come to find out, I had to work Sunday, so it only made sense for me to drop my daughter off Saturday because I was going to drop her off Sunday night anyway because she had school the Monday morning, and I go to work at 6 a.m, so I can't take her to school, which is not possible, right? Only makes sense to drop my child off. So we said, okay, well, this is what we'll do. We'll meet up there at the daycare. We'll meet up there and we'll give baby girl I'll come get baby girl a backpack, and then we'll, because I still had it with me. So I was like, I bet. She was like, leave it in the front. But when she told me to leave it in the front at the cheerleading office, I was already gone. So I was like, well, shit, I can't leave it. I'll just bring it back. So I pull up. Hold on, let's see. No captivity with Freezer. What going on, my dog? What going on? I seen you covering the big Jook and Yo Gotti situation. You should have had me on there, man. You should have had me on there. We know we out the city, man. But anyway, so now I see the truck, right? I see bruh truck in the parking lot. So I say, okay, this is a good enough time as any to really just check the pulse, check the temperature of this situation, like trying to make this shit make sense, right? Because it's not really making sense to me, right? So I pull over there, whip on down, and I approach respectfully. I ain't get out. Nigga, I had flip-flops, a do-rag on, some shorts, and my best dad ever shirt, right? I always wear that shirt. I wear that shirt all the time. So I was chilling, right? Wasn't on no rah-rah shit, but we finna get to the bottom of some shit for sure though, right? So he hops out the truck. I hand him the bag. I said, hey, before before I leave, I need to holler at you, bro. Man to man type shit. He was like, all right, cool. So hand him a bag. He drop it off in the truck. Whoop de whoop de whoop. We done. So he like, what's up, bro? I'm like, look, boss, I ain't on no confrontational shit, but well, I ain't saying I'm not on no confrontational shit. I said, bro, I'm really just trying to get some understanding, right? So, Camille's birthday just passed last week. And y'all had a birthday party and I couldn't come. Now, from Chandra's, what she told me, and I'm not gonna assume it's true because she'll lie. Right? She'll lie. I just said, okay. So I said, so bro, before I just take you on your word, on her word, I mean, I'm gonna ask you, is it true? Is it true that I could not come to my daughter's birthday party because you don't feel secure with me being there? Right? And his response was, I gotta give it to him. He kept it honest. He said, yeah, that's true. I said, okay. So let me ask you another question. When are y'all gonna start doing what you told me I gotta do? And he was like, what's that? Well, we gotta do what's best for baby girl, despite how we feel about shit. I'm like, when are y'all gonna start to do it? And he kind of started getting a little, you know what I'm saying? Like a little, you feel me? A little defensive. I kind of got him cornered a little bit, right? The logic is kicking his motherfucking ass, right? So I'm like, okay. He says, bro, I'm gonna keep it all the way honest with you, bro. Since we had that little situation back in the day, I'm not comfortable having my enemy where I lay my head. And I'm like, enemy? We ain't got no physical altercation, nigga. You ain't shot one of my niggas. I ain't shot you. Ain't no blood been shed. We ain't put hands on you. What you talking about? Right? And he like, bro, and I'm just saying, I said, bro, I know you live legally. What are you talking about? He was like, I get all that, bro, but I'm just not comfortable. I said, so you still talking about you. Why are we not talking about her? I'm saying, when are y'all going to start doing what's best for her, even when it doesn't involve you? And this is going to be something else I'm going to get on. But I want to show y'all something. It just highlights the attitude I'm fucking talking about. Because I want to let you know this is not something I'm making up, right? This is not him. This is just a random stepfather talking cash, money shit. And I'm going to break this down right the fuck now.
Of this house, he lives in my house. So when I have a problem with him, he's gonna get disciplined here. He ain't gotta wait for you.
Hold on, let me run that back one more time. I want y'all to hear it.
No obligation to the daddy. I'm the man of this house. He lives in my house. So
right off the bat, he says, I have no obligation to the daddy. Absolutely wrong. I'm gonna tell you why. Because just because you're fucking the mama and paying bills in your home does not have anything to do with the way let me say this right. this conversation is I'm passionate about it, right? Him saying that I have no obligation to you is false because we all have an obligation to each other. This is what it comes down to. When we have a child, especially a father that loves that child, you have an obligation to see some things through to him. Not every little thing, I get it. You have your own home. I'm not paying a bill in their home. I'm probably paying child support. If it's me, it's for sure paying child support. And it ain't no $300 either. It's $850 now. It used to be $1,000, but whatever. A nice chunk of my money going to your home, sir. So I got some say, right? Especially when it comes to my kid, right? So this dude right here, the attitude that so many stepfathers have is that if I can't discipline a child, then, well, my nigga, you need to be with somebody else. You need to be with somebody that's gonna let you do it, or you need to be with somebody that, goddamn it, ain't got a kid. Because at the end of the day, just because me and my ex didn't work does not give you the right to try to remove me as my daughter's father or my son's father. That's not how that fucking works. But that's how people move. And that's what I'm saying. They only feel that comfortable because of how women make them feel. If that woman stood on business, that wouldn't be going on. But let's continue.
So when I have a problem with him, he's gonna get disciplined here. He ain't gotta wait for you.
You see that bass in the voice? He's saying that when that man ain't fucking there.
Give him a second ass whooping, but he gonna get whooped first.
I'm finna shut him down right now. I'm finna shut him down right now.
This dude lame as hell. He thought he was saying something, but this shit lame as hell. So he's saying, this is what he said. I don't need to check with you or nothing like that. I'm going to whoop your son or daughter, and you can deal with it when they come back with you. Now, let me be logical right quick, right? I understand the thinking. It's your home. The kid is probably in your home more than that kid is in my home, right? So you feel as if that gives you precedent over the child. Wrong. All it does is mean that you're with the mama. You're stepping up in somewhat of a role, but that child is not without a father. And guys that talk like that end up stinking somewhere. And I'm going to tell look, if you're watching this right now, touch my child. Because I made it clear when I first met the brother. Touch my child. We're gonna have you. You thought you had a problem the last time, my boy. Touch my child, we got a problem because I do for her. I love her. I didn't just, shoot up a club. I shot up my wife's club. I had a child within marriage, within the covenant of God, bro. I didn't have an oops baby. I wasn't out here just smashing anything. I made a child with a wife that I loved at the time. So just because I'm no longer with her does not remove the love from my child. And a lot of you stepdad niggas get it twisted. And I promise you touch mine, cuz you're going. Anyway, all right, let me tell you that screen. So I brought that up to say, so I'm chopping it up with this brother. And I told you what he said to me. He told me I got control of your daughter. He said that a couple years ago. So he says, I hold a grudge against you, brother, since that last situation. And I'm not comfortable having my enemy where I lay my head. So we talking, whoop de whoop de whoop, shoot de shoot de shoot, right? We having a conversation. And I'm like, hold on, bro. You said you got an issue with me from the last situation and you hold a grudge. I'm like, I know you're not referring to the time that you told me you got control over my daughter. This nigga looked me in my eye and he said, I do. Even though the case is closed, charges have been dropped because the weak ass nigga pressed charges on me. I'm not going to go into detail, but I put him on his ass, right? I put him on his ass. And I didn't do him like I wanted to because my daughter was going to get ready to come out of practice. I really didn't even want to, get active. I kind of had to get active with him. I ain't want to, but I had to, right? So I didn't even touch him how I really could have touched him. I kind of gave him a couple and you know what I'm saying, scooped him, you know what I'm saying? And it was just, I ain't doing how I could have, but and then on top of that, bro, I'm in flip-flops. You feel me? Like I ain't even really in workout gear. You dig what I'm saying? But I put him on his ass. So I'm saying all this to say that woman made him feel comfortable enough to say shit like that. That woman was telling me about y'all problems, nigga. Stuff that you ain't want out here. I know what went on, boss. You did what I'm saying. I know what be going on out here, bro. So I brought all these cases up. Let me show you another example of it. Let me show you another example of it, cuz. Give me a second. This shit not a game out here, bro. Folk got this shit twisted. You know what I mean? They got it twisted out here. Let me show you something. Trigger warning.
I'm gonna get a bracelet that you can put on your head. You never take it off again. Okay, I'm always gonna go again. Okay. I'm praying to catch you. Okay, you ready? I promise. I'm praying to catch you. I won't feel your sound. I'll go against you. Praying to catch you. Okay. Be safe. Okay.
Dare you speak to me like that? You're a liar. How dare you speak to me like that? He didn't walk out the door. You drove him away, I remember. Mum, please, just stop. I remember him begging to stay. I remember him holding me. And I remember you ripping me out of his hands while you screamed at him to get out. And then you spent the next 30 years telling me that he abandoned us, that he's a racist, that he didn't love me. That lie shaped my entire future, my feelings towards kids, towards men. He called me on his deathbed, and I hung up on him. I will never have even an idea of a father because of you. So the next time you want to talk about Baba, I would love for you to try something. Just try something at which you have very little practice. Shut up.
Women want us to stop having these conversations because they don't have free reign to say what the fuck they want anymore. They don't control the narrative. It's still the main narrative, but they don't control the narrative anymore that men, black men specifically, but fathers in general, don't care about their children. They can't just, there's a new wave out here, right? There's a new wave out here. And that was from a TV show. I get it. It's acting. But the fact that that's acting in a show is showing you the tide is changing. It's not just going to be one way anymore, ladies. Right? That man crying with his daughter. Now, I don't agree with him doing that. I think that's traumatic for baby girl. I don't know if he can control it. I don't know. I don't agree with that happening, but it happened, right? So all we can do is look at what happened. He's crying with his daughter. His daughter's crying because she kind of realized what's going on, but she still doesn't know, right? Because her mama ain't gonna do nothing but give her a good cleansing and a washing, and she gonna go right back to what mama want her to be, at least enough to survive in the house. Because sometimes physical abuse happens when you go with daddy. This has happened. I've seen it personally, right? So I'm saying, do black women really want us to be fathers? And what I'm asking in specific is basically, do women that are no longer with their child's father want their children to be fathers? Because the way they treat it is as if it's an annoyance and a nuisance. There's no way I should have been through the things I've been through just trying to be a father. There is no way that it's this hard for me to be a father when all I'm asking for is fair treatment, just to have a relationship with my daughter. And she did everything, and she's still doing everything she can to sabotage my relationship with my daughter, right? And I could take her to court, but my daughter, after that fight situation happened, right? Let me not call it a fight, because a fight means, both of us got really active. It was just me. He couldn't stand with me for real. But anyway, I'm not even go there. Probably a week after that situation, I wasn't getting answers, so I went to go see my child at school. I just kind of said, baby, I'm with you. I love you. No matter what nobody tells you, your daddy loves you. I got a lot that's going on with this whole situation. I know you know what happened, because I didn't talk to her about it at the time. I was like, just know your daddy loves you, and your dad is not, ever gonna leave you. Like I said, I don't know. I said jail could be involved in this because they put the police on me. But dad loves you. I'm not leaving you. And then I didn't know she went back to class crying, right? It's the shit that it's just, it don't come in the manual. You're trying to fight for your kid, hurt your kid too. That's not talked about. And the reason that's not talked about because the narrative has only been about black men not being fathers. That's why we're gonna continue to have these motherfucking podcasts, bro. Y'all can miss me with the whole black men and black women we need to keep talking. Now I agree it need to be productive, but we need to keep talking. We need to keep having these conversations because we're actually seeing a difference in having them. Movies are starting to cast different roles of women abusing children or women removing fathers from a situation or parental alienation. We're seeing that start to be told. That's important. And don't tell me movies don't matter when y'all still hate the nigga from Diary of a Mad Black Woman and he's an actor. He gets hate mail all the time. So don't tell me movies don't matter. It does. And finally, some of our story is being told when it comes to being fathers and black fathers in particular. Now, Tez is in the chat. Tez, if you want to come up, brother, you can. I know you probably got them boys right now, but it's cool if you can't. But last week, I'm not really getting no responses to getting my daughter for the weekend, so I'm not making a big deal out of it. Whatever. I'm at this point, I'm done fighting to be a father. I either am one or I'm not one. I'm not gonna be stuck in this fighting situation where I lose my mind and my daughter gets pulled like a string. I'll just allow her mother to do her thing. She will pay for hers and later on, and hopefully my daughter doesn't suffer too much. I'm always there. My number is the same. I got my daughter's number. All she gotta do is respond, and a lot of the time she doesn't. I don't know how that goes. Right? It's just what it is. All right, my bad. I meant to respond to this too. Appreciate you, Freezy. Appreciate you, man. Yeah, man. I've been working, man. I've been getting this video game together. But so I was out getting my haircut, which is in the same area my daughter's school is in. So I just said, hey, let me go see baby girl. I haven't been able to get her, but I'm on the list to see her at school. So let me just go see her at school. So I'm on my way, whatever. And my guy Tez called me in. Well, he was like, he want to go check out this spot. We've been looking for a spot to do some more business out of. I said, all right, well, I'm in the area anyway. I'll catch you. Just let me know when you're on your way out here. So, I'm driving on my way. So I get to my daughter's school. I pull up quick. You feel me? Go in. They know me in that joint. Like I've been up there. I've been up there so many times to see my little girl. Like Donuts with Dad events, book selling events, just going to see her, just going to check her out. All that, right? And then I walk in. So they're like, "How you doing?" I'm like, "I'm good. I'm here to I just need to see my daughter for a second." She was like, "Well, we don't really do that." I'm like, and I didn't say nothing. I was like, I said, okay. But she said, "We don't really do that anymore because We don't want our, the children's, we don't want the children's education to be interrupted. So you can't just take her out of school. You have to check her out, but you can't just pull her out of class. I'm sitting there thinking, so it makes more sense to pull her out of school completely for the day, but 5 minutes is interrupting her education. Okay. I didn't argue. I literally didn't say anything, but okay. So I kind of walked out and I got to going in my phone. Really don't even know why I went in my phone. I think I was just kind of brain dead for a second. And then the lady came out there, another lady that I wasn't talking to came out there. And she was like, yeah, that's just our policy. We just can't do that. But if you want, you can check her out. I said, well, yeah, I haven't seen my little girl in a while. I just want to see her. And they was like, well, can you call the mom? I said, no, I'm not calling the mom. She said, well, can we? I said, yeah, you can call her, but I'm not gonna call her. So she went in, called the mom. I'm sitting there watching her call. And she doesn't tell me yay or nay. She kind of just walks around the office. And I'm like, what's going on, bro? You know what I'm saying? Now, keep in mind, I told y'all I had police put on me twice by my baby mama, my ex-wife, right? So I'm just leery, right? But I'm waiting. So she walks around the office, picking up stuff, putting stuff down, walks in the back where you can't see her anymore, and stays back there for like 5 minutes. Now, keep in mind, she has not told me whether I can get my child or I can't. I guess I'm waiting on the approval of mama, but she's no longer on the phone with mama. And I was right in front of her while she was talking to mama. She did not tell me you can get her. So my mind is like, all right, I'm finna go. Because I had the police play with me. I'm just not gonna play police games, bro. I just don't get down like that. So boom, I leave. So I get a call from somebody that is close to the situation. Like, your baby girl was left up there and they had you came up there to check her out. I'm like, I didn't even know they brought her. Like, they would treat me like a criminal. This person told me they should have treated you like a criminal going in their school like that. And I'm like what? But I got out. I just said, I don't want to talk to you right now because I don't want to say what I really want to say to you. So that person got off the phone. But I'm thinking, I'm a criminal. This is an older Black woman too. Like, this is family member between both of us, basically, that says I'm a criminal for wanting to see my daughter and going up there like that. And you didn't even ask me what happened. So who did you talk to? My ex-wife. This is why I asked the question. Do Black women really want Black men to be fathers? Especially when they're no longer together? The answer is no. They don't. They don't care about you being a father to their child. They do not care. They only care about you not doing what they want you to do. But they'll tell you, and they have been telling us, I'm going to be okay regardless. I don't need no man to raise a man. I don't need no man to help me with my children while collecting child support. Tez was right there when I took that phone call. And Tez heard it, and he walked away because he couldn't believe what he just heard. I didn't even have on speaker because I don't even do that type of shit for real. I will, don't get me wrong, if I'm trying to show you a point. But I ain't have on speaker. He just heard it. And I'm still not even saying who it is because what we do, Tez, we protect the women regardless, even if they do some foul shit. That woman said, you are a criminal for going up there to see your kid like I have done 100 times and didn't even ask me what happened. Just went with what my ex-wife definitely called and told her. And they painted. How do I make the decision to be calm, not say? I said 5 words, bro. I basically said, okay, I'll check her out. That's basically all I said. And I'm here to see so-and-so. That's all I did, bro. And when I saw some fishy shit going on with that woman walking around the office and not really engaging me about if I can get my daughter from this school or not, I left. I'm a Black man at a predominantly white school, bro. You dig what I'm saying? And I've already had the police calling me twice. And they've also talked to my ex-wife. I'm watching her talk to my ex-wife and whisper and be suspicious. That might have been nothing. And I guess it turned out to be nothing because I got the okay. But I didn't know that because I left after 5 minutes of not being told nothing after I was asked about it. And that prompted me to be treated like a criminal. I'm a criminal. I should be treated like a criminal for wanting to see my kid. So to answer the question of the day, no, they don't want us to be fathers unless we're with them. Other than that, they have no interest in it. And even in that situation, you see all these videos of somebody holding their baby girl or baby boy, and the daughter or the son is really lashing on to the dad, and they're like, the women are really jealous of it. So look, if anybody wants to jump on here, you can. The link is now in the chat. Tell me what you think about what I had to say today. You know, I just want what's best for our children, bro. And I'm starting to see that it doesn't matter if you love your children as a black man or not. If you're not doing something the way they want it done, you might as well not be a black father. That's what I'm saying. And yeah, man, like, so there are very few women that help me and fight this fight. And the problem that I have with our community is that we push the things that really don't show love to men that are stepping up doing the role. We just tell them that's what we tell men that are fathers that are stepping up doing the best they can do is that that's what they're supposed to do. Now let me show you a video. I got some shit today, bro. I ain't gonna lie to you, gang. I'm cooking today. Hold on. Let me show you something. Let me show you another dilemma that black fathers and fathers in general have to go through. And y'all, like I said, the link is in the chat if y'all want to hop up. I ain't gonna be up too much longer. I'm gonna give y'all a minute, but I got a couple videos to show you. Let's do this. Talk.
Because our fathers wanted to basically repel this from men. We didn't get that education on how to identify good men. Most women don't know how to pick good men. And most women don't know what a good man looks like when that man is standing right in front of them.
Why?
All they know is how to identify the bad guy.
Why? Why do you think that is?
I would say a mixture of education inside the home. A mixture of lack of education inside the home and focusing on the negative men. If you only know how to identify the bad, you're only going to attract the bad. You're only going to pick the bad because that's all you know, right? And maybe if your father wasn't around either to give you that example of the good, you still won't know how.
So I left a comment in this one, and shout out to We Need to Talk. He showed me a lot of love when I comment. I said, sis, all races of men did that. Did that meaning all races of men tell their daughters about the bad men, as they should. It's not your dad's job to necessarily teach you how to pick a good man. And when I just hear me out, I'm not saying that he doesn't show you that. He is that, right? His example is to raise you, discipline you, guide you. It's your mama that should tell you that. But they don't do that. They only tell you about the bad as well. Oh, you know what? Let me scratch that. Let me scratch that. Men should tell their daughters how to identify a good man, but not in the way that she's saying it. I don't think he should tell you. I think he should show you. I think I've always said this. fathers should pick their daughter's husbands. Their daughter may bring the man to them, but I think women should take their father's advice on who to marry. I honestly believe that, because they don't have a good idea of how to pick them because they like the bad. Women like chaos. They just do. It's in their fucking nature. They like chaos. They like the bad boy. The only difference is you're not supposed to get stuck with him and get pregnant by him and get stuck by him so many times. That's the problem. And I basically said that you have so many men that try to put their daughters on game and their mother will go right behind them. This is what black women do so much, bro. They will go right behind that black man and say, don't listen to nothing he just said. I'm going to tell you the real. And the fact that you're a mother, a woman like her, she's going to listen to you. That's where mothers have failed us. That's why I say they're not really that interested in us being fathers. And it comes from a long line of history in this country. It's not just their fault. They play a role in it, just like men play a role in the sabotaging that we do to each other. We all play roles in things. And we all have a percentage of blame to shoulder. And this is the black woman's percentage. This is the black woman's. Anyway, but I'm going to show you this other video. Hold on. All right, Tez, I'm waiting for you, bro. Let me show you one more video. Because I was bringing up a point, right? I was bringing up a point that they tell black men stuff like, you know, you shouldn't get praise for being a father. That's what you're supposed to do, right? I always said that's bullshit. And I'm going to show you what I mean. Imagine if a man said this to this woman. Let me show you. The link is in the chat if anybody wants to join.
Eyes are on the baby and wanting to take care of the baby, and everyone's been so nice and kind and gracious to me.
Hold on.
Everyone's eyes are on the baby and wanting to take care of the baby, and everyone's been so nice and kind and gracious to me. But it's easy for moms to get overlooked.
Did you feel overlooked at the hospital?
Kind of, yeah.
Yeah. Was it hospital staff? Was it family? Was it me?
No, it's just it's hard for you to understand.
Yeah.
Like, it's easy to see the physical needs, but it's really hard to see the emotional needs.
Yeah.
The emotional needs after birth are so great. It makes me feel pathetic to like say that, but I know that that's the experience of so many other women too. I don't know how to explain it. It's a really, really emotional experience, and I don't know how to say, like, it feels like the world is ending, and it feels like my life as I knew it is completely uprooted, and I don't know if I like the new life, even though I want to love this new life so much, and I love the baby, and I don't know why I'm not as happy as I thought I was. Everyone's eyes are
Women did so many reaction videos to this in support of this. Now, I brought this up because I said that when men are doing what they have to do to take care of their children, people, as in women and men, honestly, right? Especially in the black community. Dirk even had it in his song talking about that what you're supposed to do. Cool. Now, tell this to this woman that is going through, quote unquote, postpartum, crying her eyes out. What if he said, yeah, babe, I understand that's stressful. You know, you're not getting the attention that, you know, the baby is getting, which is just crazy. But I understand it because I've dealt with a woman with postpartum, right? But imagine at that moment, her husband saying to her, well, baby, that's just your job. You're supposed to have a baby. That's what God put out for you to go through. So just deal with it. Imagine that shit, bro. Hold on. We got my guy Tez in the fucking building. Tez.
Yes, sir.
Help me out, G.
Man, bro. Man, I'm happy that you decide to talk about this, bro. Just watching you go through it, like I knew you was gonna go through it.
Right.
Man, I want brothers to understand this ain't just a CJ 100 thing. Like, I want y'all to understand this ain't nothing that just affect him. I'm a married man and my kids in the house with me. And sometimes I still think about the stuff that CJ tell me. And it's not because I'm walking around with an element of fear. I understand that these things can be possibilities, and I need to watch how other brothers' situations are going to learn from and try my best to prevent. And I think that's part of the problem when it comes to men. Oh, this don't apply to me. Well, you don't know if it's ever going to apply to you. So maybe instead of you just being so on your high horse or so, oh, this will never happen to me, take heed to the message of other brothers, because you don't know. This could happen to you. So just be aware and listen to the story, not just, oh man, bro, he constantly talking about this. Well, maybe he trying to save your dumb man from going through something he went through. Or if he ain't saving you from going through it, maybe he trying to give you warning signs to see, hey, this change, I might be heading down that road. So I know, like I said, bro, I know I got a chance to watch you go through this and seeing you struggle with it. But I really believe, once again, narrow-minded women gonna see this and be like, oh, he hate black women. He just talking bad about it. But y'all seem not to get the message that a lot of these conversations ain't just about men versus women. Sometimes it's just putting brothers up on game like, hey, bro, watch these signs. Learn from what I did. And women, you can pick certain instances from this as well. But you got to pay attention instead of just thinking that we against y'all, because we not. It ain't even about that. Facts. It's about me watching my brother go through this has opened my eyes to some stuff.
Bro, you like bro, you was there like right when I first split with my ex-wife.
Yes, sir.
And I was working all them hours, pitching that money back, doing everything I could for my kid, bro. To me being put on child support, to me actually going through with the divorce and fighting for custody, and that turning into a contested divorce when we end up agreeing in the end. Like you saw all of it. To me, finally, like getting happy that I had custody, to like, damn, this ain't the end either. You know what I mean? Like, but let me ask you a question.
Yep.
What do you think about the question? What's your response to the question on the screen?
Women control what kind of father you would be. I agree with that. I do, but bro, you said, I remember when you brought this concept to me and you was like, a father can't be a great father unless he is with the mother. And I was like, oh, that's going to be controversial. Yes. But then I sat back and I was like, I see what he's saying. Because as much as we try to fight the divine order of God, the more we go out here and live life, the more we understand why that's the divine order. That's why you should be married to the mother of your kids or the father of your kids, because that way everything stays in balance. I say this all the time. You got to have the yin and the yang in a child life so they understand both sides. And when we don't do that, you see stuff lean one way, mostly women way, and it's a lack one way. So now you got everything thrown off. So, bro, I agree with you. And like I said, it took me a minute to get to that concept. But once I got it, I understood truly what you were trying to say. And it's not, this don't have to be a man versus woman subject. This really could be a healing subject. Hey, if you and that brother ain't got irreconcilable differences, y'all might need to try to work this shit out. Facts. Because it's a reason why it's going this way, bro. Yeah.
Okay. Freezy.
Yeah.
What's going on, my boy?
Yeah, hey man. First off, I think most women are dumb, and
God damn.
no, real talk. I ain't trying to throw no shots at women. I really do sincerely think maybe I need to reword it. Because most
Ignorance,
women
maybe.
don't have don't possess a large amount of wisdom because a lot of times I'll be questioning if most of these women even love their kids the way they portray they do. Because if you really did love your child, you wouldn't cut off a concerned father in that way. You feel what I'm saying? Like unconditional love, true love shows. True love is an action word, not just something you just say.
Facts.
You feel what I'm saying? And it shows how much character you got, bro. And I take my hat off to you. And see, man, bro, I ain't never seen y'all in person, but it seemed like, y'all some real chill guys. It seemed like y'all just like freezy. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, don't nobody want to take it down. Don't nobody really want to. I ain't got time to be, you know what I'm saying?
Come on, man.
Jumping out the window.
Facts.
You know what I'm saying? But if I have to jump out the window and break the glass and every goddamn and get cut up at the same time, that's what I'm gonna do.
Yes, sir.
For somebody, for especially for my child. You know what I'm saying? So I seen your thumbnail, and bro, all those statements that you had on your thumbnail, I went to thinking like, damn, this is what these hoes be saying. Like, yeah,
It's crazy when you see it like that.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And then a lot of guys, if they ain't strong enough, that shit will play on their mind. Like, damn, you'll start questioning yourself as a father. And I'm gonna tell you something. That shit trickle down from being, especially if you was raised by your mother. You have a soft spot for women, and then you take a lot of that bullshit, what they got to say, into consideration when you shouldn't do that in the first place. As a man, we should be able to think for ourselves. You know exactly what you're saying up here on this live stream, and you ain't second guessing it. You feel what I'm saying? But some guys don't be to that point, man. They second guess themselves, man. Like right here, you know what I'm saying? The one that stuck out to me was fight for your kids. Bitch, how I'm gonna fight for my goddamn first of all, listen, man. See, that shit, and then they wonder. See, now I understand why some guys just don't bother no more. And then they get labeled, dog. They get labeled deadbeat. That's another one. That's another one up there. You're a deadbeat. It's like they box you into a corner so they can call you a deadbeat. They make it so hard for you so they can't. It's almost like a planned operation. You feel what I'm saying? And you got to be strong out here, and I commend you, dog, because you did it the right way. You got married, like you said, it wasn't no oops, baby. You did everything the right way, bro. I just women get mad when I say, man, y'all really don't love y'all kids, man.
A lot of them don't, bro. Go ahead, T.
And Freezer, bro. I'm just gonna add on to that, man. And like I said this at the beginning. Folks believe just because I'm married that this don't apply to me. Just because you've been with your woman 11 years and everything been straight, it don't apply to you. But see, I got a chance to watch not only my brother CJ go through this, I watched my blood brother go through the same thing. He fighting for custody now. He trying to get full custody. He going for the jugular. And I respect him because we say this out. Greg Hill told us something. And if y'all don't know who Greg Hill is, he got an organization, Our Children Have Rights. Go look that brother up. He said something that's so true. He said when we go in these courtrooms, we go in there as pretty much servants. We don't go in there with the mindset of war. Them women come in there with the mindset of war. I'ma win, I'ma get this, I'ma get that, I'ma get that. Men just go up in there like, oh, I wonder how much I'ma have to pay. Oh, I wonder how much I'm gonna get to see my child. But Greg Hill is trying to get brothers to understand. When you walk up in that courtroom and when you have these situations with your baby mama, you need to understand it's war, not hate. I don't hate you, but my job is to win. My job is to get as much as I can from this situation because I deserve it just as much as you do. So I want men and women to understand when we had these conversations, bro, it ain't no hate in our heart. I keep pushing that because for some reason y'all think we hate y'all. My wife downstairs right now, if I hated black women, I wouldn't be married to one. So I want to make this clear. And JVJ, I'll let you roll because you know I know you got something to say on this, but I want to make this clear, bro. At the end of the day, when it comes to these situations, brothers, you got to understand your mindset got to be different. And see, like CJ said, he mentioned the older generation did not tell us about this stuff. Bro, I got off the phone with my pops today, and I was like, man, you ain't tell me how kids was going to be. And he just bust out laughing. Because he know a lot of this stuff, millennials and up under us, bro, we learning from trial and error.
Facts.
Like we literally are falling on our face and being told, hey, bro, you better get right back up. It's like, I don't even know what tripped me. Let me find the obstacle that made me fall first. You know what I'm saying?
That's a
but
fact.
see, but now it done got to a point where we can get on the internet and I can talk to JVJ, I can talk to Freeze, I can talk to Greg here, and I can say, hey, bro, I don't understand this shit. Can y'all hear me? And if they get it, they'll be like, yep. Or if they don't, hey, I might be able to find you somebody that can. And that's why I salute Greg Hill, bro, because he put us up on a lot of game.
Facts. JVJ, what going on?
JV, what going on?
Man, I ain't seen Freeze. I seen both of y'all last week. I ain't seen Freeze in film, man. Y'all all doing all right?
Yes, sir.
What you got on it, man?
Freeze getting rich.
Something
go ahead with that shit.
Something that's really telling, because I think a lot of y'all have alluded to it. Why should a man even have to fight for his kids? Like a lot of ladies always say that these men not fighting for their kids. Where if you're saying that, you obviously acknowledging that these women are putting up opposition for these men to even be in these kids' lives. It go over my head every time I hear it, y'all. And I'm like, he ain't fight for his kids. He don't want to fight for it. So you actively fighting him. You fighting him. You got the government right behind you to help you out. If a man has to fight for his kids, because I hear a lot of ladies say it, like most men, I'll say it all the time, most men lose custody battles. And a lot of ladies come in, well, the men that actually fight for them actually win majority of the time. And I'm like, look, that is true. So basically you saying this man need to put his money up that he would use for these kids on the line to fight you to be in his kids' lives. Who actually really care about their kids? It's a mental game that I think a lot of these chicks play.
What is he gonna look like? And I know because I'm dealing with it now. What does he look like after he fights?
Mm-hmm.
He's struggling. The money he spent was probably his savings, and if he was rich, we ain't gonna talk about rich men because they pretty much can get a lot of this shit done. But we talking about the average guy can't get that done. That's the reality. So if they want to quote that stat, okay, tell me what the income is for those guys that get it. They don't want to have that conversation. They don't want to talk about the numbers that get spent in court. Bro, on the light side of the game, I spent 6 bands on getting custody. Joint custody. Not full. If I wanted full, it probably would have been 3 times that.
I can believe it.
Like,
It's
that's how
all
this
set
shit
up.
go.
Look, man, it's all set up for a man to be at a disadvantage. And a lot of these ladies need to watch what comes out of their mouths when they say it. And I'm being nice tonight by saying ladies, because usually I just say female, female, female. Like, they need to be very mindful, like, because I've seen so many videos. Y'all know being in this space, we cover a lot of stuff. You'll see videos where the lady talked about her situation when she was younger and she had a kid. But now that the kid, especially if she got a boy, he gets to a certain age, she's like, I'm not dealing with this no more. His daddy needs to come and get him. And I'm like, what type of position do you put a father in when you ostracize him away from his child? You probably done brainwashed that kid to not like his father. But now that that kid is out of control and you can't handle him, now you want to dump him off. A lot of ladies need to realize, like, they ruin their kids, like their daughters repeat the same process that they go through, and their sons turn out to be the men that they claim they don't like. Big fact.
Check this out. I'm gonna start with Tez and then Freeze after we see it to get y'all reaction.
On their own. A lot of them have to do it on their own because you have a lot of men that don't step up to the plate. I can't agree to that. You have a lot of men that are in a lot of situations. I can't agree to that. And they don't step up to be good fathers. That woman. Wait, let me finish though, Mozzie. They don't step up to be good fathers. They don't take care of the household. So she has to abort to the $2 rent to make sure that she's able to feed her kids. You have a lot of men, i.e., Brian, you didn't
her kids
marry either one of your baby mamas. So that's a product right in itself of a broken home created by a man. So a lot of, let me finish this. What I'm saying, a lot of these women don't choose these things. They're given the cards and they play the cards right. Because at the end of the day, you have a lot of women, i.e. your mother, that you just set up here and say, raised you and took care of your household and made sure that she was good and took care of your responsibilities. She didn't want to do it on her own. She had to do it on her own. So maybe if a lot of men start stepping up to the plate, and I wasn't saying that I don't understand, I'm almost done. I wasn't saying that I don't understand the story of a black man because I'm black before I'm gay. But I do know at the end of the day that a lot of men are dealt the cards of doing what the fuck they want to do, and they leave the bullshit to the woman, so she's going to pick up the pieces. These women.
Tez, what you got?
So I'm gonna start with, is that Saucy Santana?
His cousin or something.
Okay, I didn't know. You know, all these. Sometimes I don't be knowing, man. I'm sorry. But look, honestly, I'm gonna be straight up.
Mm-hmm.
I do feel like I struggle with this.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes certain people comments shouldn't be taken seriously. Now, this gonna get me some heat. I know it is, but it is what it is.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think no gay man should be telling no straight man what he should be doing. Now look, I'm sorry. I know that ain't popular to say. I'm sorry. But you not finna tell me how to be a father and what I should do as a father. If your interminglings with men can't even create a child. So you might be disqualified from that. But as far as what he said about men and women having to step up and create these situations, I'm not even gonna do a blame game. What I'm gonna say is, brothers, exercise dick discipline. When you do that, you don't worry about these situations. I know it's easier said than done, bro. I ain't gonna sit here and lie. But what I will say is, he wanted to throw a bro, oh, you didn't marry none of your baby mamas. Cool, he didn't. You want to know what Ted would have said? Bro, why you didn't marry your baby? I get it. The problem is, you got to understand, we don't be knowing these situations, bro. Somebody could say CJ a deadbeat, but I know his situation.
Mm-hmm.
And the reason why I'm still locked in with this brother is because I know that ain't no deadbeat. But see, you don't have the whole story. You just gonna hear what the mama say. You might hear what the weak ass nigga say. Just because that's the loudest microphone. But see, that's why we got these microphones. That's why we can mic check these and let y'all know the story. They say it's three sides: the truth, his side, her side, and the truth. Now you get to hear his side. Mm-hmm. And then we'll let the chips fall where they lay. I'm done.
Freeze, what you thought about it, bro?
Dog, these hoes making bitch-made cyborgs. and these cyborgs is working for these hoes, dog. This shit is like a damn sci-fi. Dog, this shit crazy, dog. On top, dog, it's like these hoes is evil, dog. The emasculation is from the bottom up, dog. I'm talking about the emasculation process. We don't talk about that enough, dog. Okay, what we just heard was another man destroyed. Like when he was talking, I wasn't even taking this nigga serious. Like I was just shaking my head, just like Ted said. I'm like, damn, another nigga destroyed, dog. You know what I'm saying? And that's what I mean by we need more men, real dudes, just to think for themselves. You know what I'm saying? Just to think as a man. Like if I was in that dude's presence, I would have been like, bro, it ain't your fault. It ain't even your fault, man. You know what I'm saying? Why you fucking destroyed? You know what I'm saying? Like it's a reason why you talking the way you is. You don't even know why you like that.
Facts.
You feel what I'm saying? So it just take wise men like us to see through that shit and to actually, defeat these demons, dog. It's hard though. It's hard.
It's hard, bro.
Dog, let me tell you something. But these hoes is using young boys to fight. They fight too. These boys, and I'm gonna tell you something. They don't always come that extreme like Saucy Santana. It be regular guys, and you don't know they soft as hell till they go to talking.
Yep.
You feel what I'm saying? We gotta watch out for all, dog. We gotta watch out for all these what they shit called all these infiltrators, man.
Facts.
We gotta watch out for these motherfuckers, dog. I'm telling you, man, they everywhere. It's like a fucking zombie movie. They everywhere, dog. You feel what I'm saying? And so Ted said it right, man. The best thing you could do is practice this discipline, and but even with that, it ain't gonna go right, 100%. Like just like CJ did, he did the right thing.
Yes, sir.
You feel what I'm saying? And so, man, bro, I believe in the Bible, dog. I ain't gonna lie to you, man. Like whatever the Bible said was gonna happen in these last days, it happened now. And it just it really is a spiritual warfare. You know what I'm saying? And I truly believe that we ain't just, the men aren't real men, stand-up dudes. We ain't just fighting against the women. We fighting against niggas like that too.
Facts.
We don't understand how large these hoes army really is. We just focusing on these hoes. And these whole army so goddamn big, dog. We 300 right now. We Spartacus. We 300 right now. Go ahead, man.
Go ahead, JJ.
Nah, I agree with y'all, man. It's like him speaking on the issue is like a divester speaking on black women's relationships in the community.
He's on fire.
Damn, you out the game, boo boo.
Woo. All right.
I don't, and I see a lot of dudes like that want to open their mouth and speak on the issue. One thing that I noticed, like everybody makes a choice in life. Like they're trying to always put women on the defensive side or the victim side of, like, she didn't choose this life. Yes, she did, because she chose to open her legs for a certain type of dude. She chose to act a certain type of way to make sure this relationship didn't work. Both of them got to take accountability for it, but it always seems to go one way. And I think a lot of people need to stop getting pissed off when we as men start opening our mouths and speaking at it from our perspective. Because like, boo-boo, dudes have been demonized. Let's not talk about all these chicks that just wanted to run the streets and do whatever the hell they wanted to do. And now we actually live in a society where they promote that.
Yes,
like,
sir.
That's the norm. Don't let no man tell you what you're supposed to do. The narratives that separate people right now, and to still run around with the narrative that these men don't want to be in their kids' lives, that's just laughable. And we know who they mainly talking about. Because the war on black men ain't never stopped in this country. And I don't think it ever will.
Bro, hold on. See, you didn't. Goddamn it, hold on. See, like you see a lot of these conversations, right? You'll have an actual woman that'll come out and talk about how women do parental alienation and how they're raising kids in the wrong way, and then you'll have a good handful of women jumping in the comment section. Well, when we gonna start holding these men accountable? Maybe when have we stopped? Like I'm trying to see when men haven't been held accountable, bro. especially black men. Like, bro, that's been a Republican talking point for 60 years. What are we talking about, bro? It's like they want to. Go ahead.
No, I'm finna say, but see, it's a circle. The way these women got it set up, it's a circle. They made it into a circular argument. They say, no, you guys just need to become leaders, right? But guess what? The leader that we supposed to be, the adequate leader that we need to be, they don't want that type of leadership.
They don't feed it.
They telling us become leaders, but the type of man that Freezy need to be, you don't really want that. You don't want me to get in that ass.
No,
you feel what I'm saying? And so it turns into a circular argument. When I do become the leader that you claim that I need to be, now you don't even want to follow that type of leadership.
Freeze.
Go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
Freeze. I'm just making your point too. And that video, what stuck out to me was that man said, I am a man before I'm gay. Now, that's true, right? That's true. But I find it funny is because it's like, since when? Because you on a podcast, we see your energy, bro. We know what your energy is in support of, bro. You don't have a support for a man. You're saying, I know what it's like to be a man. No, that's not what you're saying. That is a talking point to make that man you're in the room feel comfortable about the shit you finna talk right after that. That's all it is. And you got a man that, we've said this before, Tiz. The same people that y'all say are not taking care of children, are not reproducing the way they should, are not making the money they should be making. Gay men, okay.
Bro, let me just say this. Somebody got an echo.
Somebody got an echo, yeah.
It might be me.
Bro, I'll say this, bro. One of the biggest things.
We froze?
We good?
Nah, you good. You good now. You good now. You good now.
Okay. It is snowing out here, so you know we might lose the Wi-Fi.
We snowed in, baby.
Facts. Bro, one thing I say about this that I think a lot of people don't look at, when we had these conversations about men and women, we always seem to forget the children.
Yep.
And as much as people could see this as a divisive conversation, all we really saying is we need to put the children first. If you really go back and look at everything that CJ talked about for an hour plus, his main concern was the children. His main concern was his daughter. And we seem to forget that when we have these arguments between men and women, especially if we got kids. That boy, CJ, when you showed that clip about, and I agree with you, I wouldn't have recorded that if I was that man and I'm doing all that crying and my little girl there. It could have been a clap move, but it did touch my heart just because, as a father, having my child pulled away from me, I would probably feel that. Now, would I display it on camera? Because I still got to hold up the facade that I'm so strong, that I'm unbreakable. I might go to bed and cry at night. I might cry in my car before I go and speak to her grandmama. But I still got to hold up that facade. And men don't get a chance to talk about this stuff, bro. I that's why I love the 5100 podcast and being able to come up here and have these conversations. Because, bro, we ain't on no foolishness. This conversation, women could clip this all day and say, ooh, man, they hate black women. But when you look at that whole time of what CJ was talking about, it was about the babies. If we don't get our act together, the children get messed up, just like that little girl in that clip right there, crying, Dad, I want you. Dad, I want you. Nobody talks about that. But some of the brothers that's watching this, some of the women that's in the chat, we are the spawns of some of these situations. So why we recreate them?
100.
See, that's that, bro, and that's why, like JVJ, bro, when I had these conversations, bro, because I'm married and because my kids in the house, bro, I ain't on no high horse, bro. I don't treat CJ no different because I know for a fact that if CJ could have kept his family together, he would have. Freezer, you married, right?
Yes, sir.
So I know for a fact, Freezer could have been a nigga that didn't exercise dick discipline. He could have been out here just like these other guys that we talk about. But Freezer was like, nah, I don't want to do that. I want to lock mine down. See, that's what I'm saying. Y'all got to be careful who y'all listen to in these YouTube streets, bro. A lot of these folks not looking for answers. A lot of these folks not looking for the benefit of the kids. They looking for that money. They looking for them super chats. They looking for them cash apps. They'll drop you because you got a good point if they don't like you. But see, bro, over here, we can have Natalia, we can have Queen B, we can have Red Lipstick Vibes, and they willing to listen. Because, bro, we ain't over here trying to sell y'all a goddamn t-shirt. I mean,
what's funny?
Go ahead.
No, I'm saying, but what's funny, some people in here was around when I was going through it. Like, that's the thing, bro. Like, I got people in the chat, bro, that follow us on, you know what I'm saying, you know, the Pookie Hybrid channel. You know what I'm saying? And this is what I'm doing on the Pookie. I just brought it to the 5100 to do some little cross-pollination. But this is what I'm gonna do more of on my channel. Like having these conversations, but like in depth, not black bitches just hate black niggas. Like I don't we gonna get to some over here. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm showing you like why I think that could be, and I pose it as a question. And I'm showing why I think it could be true because I really preface this to say I'm mostly talking about the women that are not with the man anymore. That's mostly who I'm talking about. Because women seem to have some act of, you know, getting their shit together when they're with a man. But when y'all split, they don't give a, like, you being a father is an afterthought. That's why the process of the stepfather is what it is. That's why stepdaddy season it. Niggas say, I got my stepdaddy license, and half these niggas ain't marrying y'all. They play the game with you, and like I said with this weak ass nigga that's, I'm just gonna, you know, I say what it is, it is what it is. But the weak ass nigga that's with my ex-wife, bro, I know it's not even all you, bro. I know it's a lot of her, but that's why I hold you more responsible than her. Cause nigga, you supposed to be a man, and you got a daughter the same age as mine, and she running the show over there. And bro, I didn't ask you to let me come kick my feet on your couch, nigga. I said, bro, I'm trying to come to my daughter's birthday party. Y'all made that a hassle, a fucking hassle, because in our community, the stepdad is more uplifted. Maybe not a better position, but he's more uplifted than the black father actually is. That's crazy.
CJ, but let me tell you what it sounds like to me. Your ex-wife chose this dude, this nigga on purpose for a reason, because he weak. These women strategically choose, like, when they realize, okay, when she was with you, she was like, oh, I can't deal with this nigga right here, cause he got his foot on my neck. He too hard on me. So when when it came time to choose another dude, I guarantee you she purposely sought out weak tendencies in the next prospect, and that's who she came up with, this guy right here. And that's why he weak as hell. He was weak before he met her.
Freezer. I already told Tez, but Freezer. The day she told me about the man, I had my hand on her hip, and she was telling me about, I knew he would fall head over heels in love with me when we met. What that mean, bro?
That crazy.
Quack, quack, quack. She knew he was a duck.
And manipulation is a hell of a drug, man. Clayton, sad part, look, they raised these boys to be that way. Like, dude, I think a lot of chicks don't get it, and I think a lot of dudes don't get it either. Because it's the guys at the top that set this whole thing in place for everybody. Like, look, if they can, they want to accumulate more power. They want to accumulate more money. So how do you do it? Right now, we got a big female push in society. Well, guess what? We're going to empower the women and tell them to emasculate the men. So the men that they raise or the men that they get with ain't going to never be a challenge to the men at the top that's collecting everything. And the game is working so smooth right now. And it's a war on masculinity. It's a war on femininity, whether these chicks understand that.
Facts.
Because they telling you not to be a lady. I don't know anybody, like me being a man my whole life, I'm not willing to trade places because I take pride in being a man. But if you told me coming in the gate at like a young age, which one you rather be? Would you rather have to go out here and society looks at you like you're supposed to provide for everybody, and if something happens to you, nobody cares? Or would you rather be the person that gets with somebody, follows their lead, and everything in your life would be taken care of, or at least to the best of their ability they can do it? I would obviously take the second option. That's the option that a lot of ladies get, and they don't even understand that they run away from it. Like a lot of chicks out here talking about they want to be on their soft girl shit. Well, boo boo, was you ever even trained to be soft? Because a lot of y'all out here trying to trick dudes. It sounds like the girl, like your ex-wife, is doing the exact same thing right now. She trying to trick a dude. She got his mind because this dude's too mentally weak, and he probably didn't have a daddy around. And if he did have a daddy, his daddy was weak.
That's the thing. He did. That's what's. And me and Ted talked about this before. That's not enough to just be the daddy. That's not enough. He got to be a man.
There you go. Just because you got a ball and dick between your legs. Just because you got a ball and dick between your legs don't make you a man. That's why we like a lot of chicks get mad when I say female. Say, well, we women. I'm like, look, when I'm talking about dudes, it's like, look, he a boy or he a man. I don't ever hear dudes coming to my channel and snap because I called him a boy. Because most of them dudes understand that don't apply to them. Like his daddy probably was. Man, look, it's the same thing we say all the time. Because I remember that one show I think I came over with y'all, and there was a lot of the old heads in there talking about this young generation.
That was crazy.
I'm like, look, y'all the ones who raised them. And if you didn't particularly raise them, your classmates, your peers raised them. So don't complain about this generation when you was the actual product of creating that. That's crazy to me, man.
JVJ, you hit on a point, and we was talking. You said the soft gear era. That's why I put what I put in the chat. I never woke up one day and was like, I want a masculine woman. I don't know no man that say that, bro. And that go back to what you said with this attack on femininity and masculinity. It ain't just against us. The difference is the women at least reap some of the benefits. We just get left out to the cold. That's the only difference. But see, they don't understand. Their biggest superpower is the femininity. Bruh, my wife can talk me off of ledge multiple times. I ain't talking about out self-deletion ledge. I'm talking about I'm about to delete a nigga ledge. That ledge. She wouldn't have been able to do that if she just as rah-rah as me. If I'm in the car yelling, I'm about to get him. I'm about to get him. If she was in there, yeah, baby, go and get him.
Whoop his motherfucking ass.
Facts. Ain't no telling what would have happened. Yeah, I probably would have whooped him. And I'd probably be in jail. Or I could have deleted another brother over a simple misunderstanding. But when I got out of that car and she looked at me like, baby, please don't do this. I put that thing back in the seat. I was like, all right, baby, let's go. See,
we need more men like you.
Bro, they giving up they superpower. CJ said this best one time. You might be a good woman, but you will never be a good man. You always gonna be a horrible man because you not even equipped with the tools to do what we do naturally. That's I ain't gonna go down that road. I'm gonna leave it there because I done probably got us canceled once already tonight. I ain't gonna go there a second time.
You was preaching right there, man.
Let me show y'all something. This is what we saying right here. This is what I'm tired of.
Here we go.
Hold on. Oh, shit to me, bro. Never. When they told me pour water on you while you was asleep, I never did that shit. I never did. I never did, bro. I never did that shit to you, dude.
Okay.
Nah. Set it up. You want to pour water on me while I'm talking, bro?
No, wait.
No. Christopher, quit being a bitch. Like, seriously, bro. You finna piss me off. Seriously, I'm not laughing. I'm not playing, bro. I swear to God, I will call the police and get you out of my crib, bro.
You see the switch she just did that quick? Now, I get it. She didn't like the fact that he poured water on her. She's squaring up with this nigga, bro. Swinging on this nigga, telling him to run it. And then in the next sentence, I'm going to call the police on you. This is what we pick a lane, baby. Stay in that motherfucker. That's the problem I'm having. If you want to be the masculine providing woman, okay, do that. Cool. But don't come telling me you deserve, keyword, you deserve a soft life. Bitch, you prayed for a hard knock life. What are we talking about? Jesus.
That man went from Mike Tyson to Karen in 3.2 seconds, bro. Quick.
Another thing these young guys got to stop doing is calling these women bro. I don't like. It's like they are they're making women feel like they bros. And I don't know when that actually started, but like, cause I wouldn't even feel comfortable kissing a woman who I'm calling bro. That don't even sound right to me. Like, that don't even make me feel right. You know what I'm saying? And so a lot of these, what you find out, what we're seeing is a lot of these women psychologically, they're acting like bros. They're acting like they are. They can do what a man do. They can fight a man. They can bulk up at a man. If that man would have hauled off and slapped the shit out her and knocked her back wisdom tooth out, you know what I'm saying? It would she would have that she would have snapped right back into her feminine, crying and going on. Only thing if I pour water on my wife, only thing I expect her to do is start crying. Like, why would you do that? You know what I'm saying? That type of shit right there.
Right.
But see, to them, that's weak. To them, it's like, if I don't get gangster with you, baby, look, the reality is you can't. Like, I remember I used to tell my ex-wife when she used to get ignorant, I used to be like, bruh, if you was a man, bruh, I would punish you. Do you understand me? Like, I used to say it with, like, I used to be like, I would punish you. Like I would say it with so much, I couldn't touch you. So I would say it with so much anger, because it's like, bro. And that's part of the reason why I end up whooping her dude. Because he got what he really getting, what your ass supposed to be getting. They play their game. And I'm tying all this to fatherhood. I'm tying all this stuff together. It's because they're replacing us in their minds. They don't give a damn about what we are. They think that they can be that. And then they also want to have the privilege of saying, I did it alone. And then want to have the privilege of saying, I did it alone. And that's why my son fucked up. And then get the privilege of being called the MVP, the real MVP. Like they get every avenue, bro. That's our pride. And it seems like we hate women. No, man, we hate the fucking bullshit that come along with you in society. We hate the fact that you get to claim our spot and not have to deal with none of the bullshit that come with it.
Facts.
You get to claim that you equal to us and don't get equal sentencing, don't get equal child support payments, don't get equal nothing, no equal consequences or nothing. You not equal in no way, bro, except that you got red blood in your body and it's really blue. So that ain't even equal.
Man, you ain't lying. And I think a lot of dudes, I think that's what a lot of dudes, why they got their passports. And that pissed a lot of ladies off. Look, the game is not fair. When it benefits you, you take advantage of it. When it doesn't benefit you, you just pass that on to somebody else. And anybody's going to look at you like you crazy. Like, I used to hear a lot of, even my granddad used to say this stuff. Those ain't women. They ain't nothing but a bunch of grown children. And I used to look at my granddad because he would be talking about my mom or talking about my aunts and stuff. It's like they not women. They grown children. And you see how a lot of chicks move in society today. They do. You strong, independent when you want to be, when it's gonna back you up. But as soon as let something pop off. Let something pop off. Oh no, he did this to me. Somebody help. Oh, like ain't nobody got time for that. Dudes get frustrated because it's like, what game are we playing? Because it seems like the game that we're playing right now ain't got
Are
no
we
rules
playing
to
on
it.
all Madden? Are we playing rookie? What are we playing? Like how we like what mode are we playing? Because it's starting to get on my damn nerves, and that's why I say I've taken the steps I've taken. Like I'm refusing to fuck these chicks and play this game. I'm not. I'm just not gonna do it.
I don't blame you, man. Look, I locked my head in. Like my wife passed away a few years ago, and getting back into the game. Yeah, getting back into the game and everything. It's like, look, I did it, played around with it for a little bit, and I'm like, nah, this ain't it, man. This is not it. I'd rather stand back on the sideline, focus on what I need to focus on, and then deal with this later. And it's not to say that there's not good women out here. There are good women out here, but that's
What
a
you think
very
about that?
small percentage. It's a very
What you
small
think about that
percentage.
comment?
Say, just thinking is a soft is a soft life something a woman really strives for. A soft life is natural. I could be wrong. Well, honestly, nowadays it's actually going to be a thing that women would strive for because the opposite is what they actually push to them. You go out there and you do this. You go get that degree. You go get that job. You go slay girl, boss chick type shit. So it would be the opposite nowadays, but it should be your natural thing. But a lot of y'all ladies ain't women. That's the problem. Yeah, like a lot of chicks try to compare themselves to like older generations of women. Y'all don't compete with them. Y'all don't even match up with them ladies, man. Because granddaddy, great granddaddy, they didn't have but maybe $10 to their name. Both of them went and worked. Y'all chicks think y'all just gonna lay up and a man gonna do everything for you and you gonna do whatever you want. Hell to the nah. It's crazy. This is the craziest thing they get me. They preach one side of it, like the color purple story. They preach that color purple story. Hoppo just whooping my ass.
Come on. I know what you're
doing
finna say.
everything.
I know what you're finna say. Go ahead.
But look, it's crazy to me. Hoppo doing all this shit to me, but on the opposite side, look, we strong, independent, can do whatever the hell we want to do. How do they mix?
How is it that granddaddy was so abusive, but and y'all had to work, but he also paid all the bills, and you don't want us to be the abusive like our granddad? Which one is it?
You need to
They
be
do
a
it
real
with
man
every
like your
facet of
granddaddy and
life.
pay the
Seem like,
bills. But I
like
heard
they
them
do it with
before.
angle, fool. They do every fucking angle, bro.
It don't make no sense, man. It's a game with no rules.
And JVJ, bro, you hit a great point. The way that the pendulum's swinging now, you right. The soft life shouldn't even be a soft life. It shouldn't even be a saying. It should just be something that happened. Like, I don't have to tell a man, hey, bro, you got to toughen up. We live a rough life. Nigga, most of us know that. We live that. We see that every single day. Whether you work every day, facts. We got to do a masculine life. No, that's just pressed upon us. But that goes to what you said. It's an unequal playing field. If you can turn on your masculinity and femininity, why can't I? You know what I'm saying? And not even saying that Ted Defy would do something as egregious as that.
We don't want to do no shit like that.
No, because I embrace what I gotta do. Me and CJ was just having a conversation the other day, bro, about how a situation happened with me and I didn't even feel like a man because I was in that situation. It ain't the fact that I know that I can't get out of the situation. It was the fact that I was in it for that amount of time and I was like, bro, damn, bro, I ain't the man I need to be. And CJ was like, bro, you take care of your kids, you take care of your wife. I still look up to you to an extent. What are you talking about? But see, that's why we gotta have these conversations, bro. Because that time where I felt like I wasn't a man, it took another brother to tell me, bro, you will get out of this situation. That don't stop nothing, bro. You still the person that you need to be. And JVJ, it's the same with you, bro. Same with freezing. Bro, we all gonna have these down, but we don't get a chance to, what they say, men can't rest in their femininity.
Rest in your masculinity, nigga. But bro, you know what's funny? Go ahead, Free. Go ahead, Free.
I was going to say that question that she asked. we gotta understand that we are who we're conditioned to be.
Ooh.
And what Queen Bee Brunner, I take it that she's a naturally soft woman, just being over here listening.
She is.
Right.
I know her in real life. Yeah.
And so, but for the most part, we gotta understand, we gotta really pay attention to who are most of these women's influences, especially in the Black community. I mean, we got more Black women preachers now. That's very hard. You know, they huffing and puffing just like the men. Then we ain't even gonna go to the rap side. You know what I'm saying?
Come on, man.
You know, most of Black women's influences now, they're not soft women figures. They're very hard.
Facts.
You know, hard-nosed women. I don't give a fuck. I'm gonna do what the fuck I want to do. You gonna follow my lead and shit. JT, what up? And so, yeah, quite naturally, it used to be a natural thing for a woman to be soft, but when you're conditioned from birth to be a certain way, to be like your mama, and your mama is like her grandma, and you know, they done bought into feminism and you know, the Black women preachers and the rappers and these politicians, you know what I'm saying? And the career women and all that kind of stuff. Now the mindset has changed and they're conditioned. It's more natural for them to be what they usually see. And so that's why
just said it.
Exactly. And so that's why I tell people who have young girls, you got to fight for your young girl. You got to actually make sure you take control and grab and take the steering wheel at a young age, because it's a war between the parent and the peers. That's what the war is, bro.
You said something real funny, and I don't know about anybody. Like, I don't know if anybody up here has been in the military, but the way you win a lot of wars, the way you win a lot of battles, you don't go in there and just try to dominate them. That ain't how we fight wars anymore. Freezy said it. The hearts and the minds. And that's how they win in this war right now, because they got so many chicks. Most chicks groupthink. If the other chicks are doing it, they okay with doing it. If the other chicks say it's okay, they think it's okay. Mm-hmm. They've won the hearts and the minds of a lot of the ladies walking around here nowadays. That's why you hear terms of pick-me's and shit like that, mammies. Those are the women that stand in opposition to the nonsense, because what's promoted in today's society is just debauchery. It's just satanic nonsense. Everybody just trying to do who can do the worst shit. Like, if I can sell a lip gloss and call it gonorrhea, that's hot now. Back crazy. In the day, people would have just looked at her and say, that's disgusting. Get that up out of here. Don't bring that around my kids. None of that.
Facts.
They won the hearts and minds of these young people, the girls and the boys. And It really blows my mind when you hear them go out and talk to folks, especially talk to girls, and they even ask them, what type of dude do you want? Do you want this liberal type dude that they push in society that takes your feelings into account like guys already don't? But, you know, he's more laid back. He's more passive. He lets you kind of run the thing. They be like, no, I want the conservative, traditional guy. The man that's going to go out here and run the streets and handle that business, come home and provide for me. But how are you living your life? You're living your entire life in complete opposition to getting that. Like, people don't really understand what they do. They hear it, it sounds good. It sounds amazing. Strong girl, do your thing. But is that going to get you the outcome that you claim you want? And most ladies don't realize it until they way past it. What Kevin called it, no man's land. And now it's like, oh man, now I want to do that soft girl shit. Girl, you ain't getting no soft girl shit. You don't qualify.
Bro, and here's what gets me, bro. The word deserve. Like, I've always had a problem with that word. Like, you don't deserve a bad bitch, cuz. You don't deserve a high value man, bro. Like, you either in them circles where you can get that, or you got the ability to get that, or you don't. Like, it ain't no fucking female academy or male academy that's gonna teach you how to do that shit, bro. Like, that's why I trip off the niggas selling courses, because it's like, I mean, they getting it because the ignorance that's really out here. It's so many ignorant people that are watching this stuff, and that's why I don't even participate. Man, when last time y'all seen us on a dumbass panel, bro? You know what I'm saying? We come on certain people's panels. Like, it's very precise now because we actually care about moving the conversation forward. The conversation I brought forward today, bro, it hits home. Like, I'm really trying to get an understanding of why is it that we talk about the man needing to be fathers, black man specifically. And when black men specifically do it, they get more pushback than the guy that won't do shit. And you can't make that make sense to me. You can't. Other than the fact that we're dysfunctional and our community does not respect men. I've come to that conclusion, bro. Men are not respected in the black community, bro. We are service dogs, nigga. We are either a guidance counselor that you can go talk about later and say, well, he did do this and do that. But when it comes to him being respected, when it comes to him getting the reward of a beautiful woman per se, he's not getting that for more cases than not. Like, the guy that is rewarded, he's rewarded the ass, bro. And that's the nigga that ain't doing nothing. A lot of the time, when I wasn't doing shit, I got the most ass ever. Like, that's the reality, bro. The way I'm moving now with being celibate and not hitting any damn thing I meet, bro, it runs them off. And I'm not talking about Bonquisha. It ain't just Bonquisha. They try to write it off on her. It ain't just because a lot of time Bonquisha gonna play her goddamn role. It's really these motherfuckers that's getting a little bit of money, that they bit into the feminism pie, that got hit with the doctrine, that really believe that they're not equal to men. They just say equal because they want it to be politically correct on the surface. What they're really saying is they think they're better.
Yep.
How many times, JBJ, Dusto, Tez, have you heard a woman literally say, "I'm never wrong"?
Oh,
I didn't hear
their entire life.
What if I told you never?
Well, you're a unicorn, my boy, because you just heard three niggas say it.
He'd be lying. He said he would be straight up lying.
But even if they don't actually say it, they exemplify it.
They show with their actions.
Never wrong. And it's not that I think men are never wrong. We wrong a lot.
Facts.
We admit it.
We mostly wrong with our dicks. Mostly
Facts.
That's where our wrong come from. We shouldn't even be smashing these chicks that ain't worth. If you say to yourself, I wouldn't marry her, that should tell you not to put your dick in.
Facts.
Right then and there.
Dusto.
Come on, Dusto. What the fuck you gotta say? I don't know what Dusto. I just don't know what this nigga finna say. Let me put my finger on this trigger. Hold on. Go ahead, Dusto.
I'm trying.
All right, that's
no. That's all he needed to do. He always do that little breath before he.
I the bullshit just came out. Come on.
What if I said black women did want men to be fathers? What if I said that was true?
I would ask what black women you're referring to.
The ones that you actually want, the ones that you actually like. They want men to be fathers.
Who is y'all? Because you always like to limit it to manosphere thinking. What do you mean? What do we want?
All right. I'm hoping, because if not, then there's nothing even to talk about. I'm hoping the ones that you want men to be fathers. The other ones don't matter anyway. So why is it important about what they say?
Because I'm divorced from a woman that doesn't.
Right. And I know your story, so I'm not necessarily.
No. Hold on, you do this every time. You do this every time, Dusto. I'm saying there are men that are divorced as well. That wasn't just out here dumping in Chi-Chi on the corner. Like, there are men that are married that are having to deal with the fact that the woman that they chose changed after they divorced and used that system against them. Yes, I would argue that they did. And the reason I say they did, because the only reason people say you chose this woman, what they're really saying is you chose a woman you couldn't stay with. They're not saying you chose a woman that will put you on child support, because ain't no barometer, ain't no meter to tell you if a woman gonna do that. Ain't no meter to tell you if a woman gonna keep a child from you. And if you know what it is, please tell me.
Do you think people change?
Yes.
Well, I'll just say
every
this.
day.
And I'll even plead guilty.
I think circumstances influence change more than anything, but yeah.
No, I even plead guilty. All the beautiful women's, special women's in life I done dated. One of them, I knew if I'd end up getting pregnant, I'd probably be on a manosphere talking point mafia panel right now. But I knew. Or at least it was there. And she is exactly who she was from day one and still that person right now. The other ones, a few of them are married. So that show married and rocking with their husbands, wearing the same color outfits, all that other stuff. People don't change. They are who they are.
I got some pushback on that one.
What you got?
You said that people don't change.
No, not really. Maybe 10% of them changes.
10%? What do you say about the man that went to prison for deleting somebody and then he comes out and starts a business and actually starts giving back to the community? Was that change?
What do most of them do? What about the 90%?
Well, I'm glad you said that because you laid into
Because I just said 10%.
You said those women. There's women out here, the women that we want. What percentage of the women, the entire 100% conglomerate of all women in the Western world, what percent are actually the women that we claim we want?
You tell me.
I'm asking you.
You asked the question, but you're the one who wants the women, so you tell me.
I'm asking you, what
You want them
percentage
too,
do
nigga.
you
Stop
think
it.
that is?
Cool. Let's say 4%.
4%? Then your argument probably should be to change the rest of that 96 instead of telling us to just go over here and fight out for the 4%.
How you gonna change 96% of people when most people can't even change the damn self?
Social
So
engineering.
you do admit that people can change?
No, I'm saying if you saying no, hold up. If you so strong you can change 96% of people, how come you can't change your own self? I mean, that's unrealistic.
What you mean
Most
change your
people
own
who
self?
are fat last week are fat this week too. Most
I'm
people
saying,
are
but what do you
ugly.
mean by change your own self? Because if the men want a certain type of woman, they're already lined up to go after that certain type of woman. But there's a small percentage of that type of woman. So eventually, if you want everybody to get with somebody, you're gonna have to start converting some of the large majority, right?
No.
So what do they do then?
Okay. Got successfully married people I talk to. There's something different about them than it is. They're successfully married, then there's married, then there's talking point mafia, then there's single, chilling single, good single, and then there's just straight out dusty. If you talk to them 15 minutes, you can tell who's who and who stands where, and you can tell why. That's why I usually come up most panels. I just troll because it's usually the same thing.
It seems like you're trolling right now.
And most of the talking points are lies anyway. Don't even make sense if you add them up. Starting with that traditional bullshit or the, the usual.
Who doesn't want the traditional thing?
What tradition? What tradition and when was this? It's a lie.
Well, tradition. There's something that's been biologically proven throughout the history of time. Traditionally, men are the ones that go out there and get what they need to bring back to provide. That's traditional throughout the entire history of human beings.
Also in tradition, the entire going all the way back from the Bible or maybe the Quran. I'm not Muslim. I don't know what's in the Quran or other. They taught people how to drive, how to hunt, how to fight, how to do everything else. Show me a time where relationship skills between man and woman, proper communication, managing emotions. When did that ever exist? Where men and women actually really knew and actually taught families, family values, how to be together. Not even in the Bible times. It never existed. But there's a fictional thing called a traditional where there was a real community where men and women were working together. If so, the marriage rates would keep going higher and higher and higher. Instead, they're out of control.
Well, I would have to disagree with you because history is our example that we have traditional things set in place.
History shows all kinds of warfare, all kinds of from oppression to scamming to corruption to fake communication to lies, deceit, adultery, homosexuality. It's all from the beginning of time. It just repeats itself. Nothing's new. So there was never a time where man and woman or even man and man were ever getting along.
Hold on,
that's not what you were alluding to.
Hold on, real quick.
Oh, go ahead.
Let me. Duster, do you describe to any religion?
Christianity.
You subscribe to Christianity.
Mm-hmm.
So what does Christianity say about most of the people in the earth?
They're gonna die and go to hell, probably.
I mean, I don't want no probably. I'd rather you give me a solid answer.
The earth was given to Satan. So expect the earth to look like what the earth is and be what the earth is and do it as
Right.
earth does.
Right. But you even with that, you can make the argument that today we are more sinful than we've ever been.
I won't say
we've
more.
normalized sin more than we've ever done in this time period that we're in right now.
I won't say more. Those time where they was really wild, chopping heads off.
And there was also a time when women were virgins until they died.
Yeah, because the man was
way more than today.
That's worse. The men was fondling on each other. That's why the world was working.
You're trying to be funny when I'm talking
I'm dead
about
serious.
But so the majority of men were fondling each other.
He destroyed the earth because men were fondling on each other.
Sodom and Gomorrah, not the earth, but yeah.
Then they sent virgins down, stacks of virgins, and the men said, "No, we want menses." That is true.
An area in the country, an area in the world that was said yes, but the majority of men were homosexual.
No, I won't say majority, but I'm saying.
So that's my point. Like that's my point.
Okay.
This is my thing. I'm not a guy that's just 100 in support of the old way of doing things. I'm not, because I think a lot of them got it wrong. I'm not here to be the staunch defender of niggas with afros and dashikis and shit. I'm not. But what I will say is that one thing that they got right, whether it was perfect or not, was togetherness. That's what they did do. In our times, I'm not saying there wasn't war dust though. Hear me. I'm not saying they didn't have problems. I'm saying today you have Dr. Buss and these scientific gurus that are literally preaching we should not be together. That are literally preaching that separation is the best thing for us to do. Like man and woman, man and man should be the norm. It's not even just doing wrong. It's saying right is wrong and wrong is right. It's a difference today. Go ahead.
Chrysler Sebring in the late 90s and Dodge Intrepid.
Horrible.
96 to 99. By 01 to 03, it's in a junkyard. Do you blame the driver or do you blame the creators?
Both. Shit.
So as much as they're saying, so as much as they're saying we had it together in 1958, if 1967 it started to crumble, first chance opportunity that a woman can actually have a couch to sleep on, they took off and never came back. If 1968 Mandrell showed a video on his channel of a man and woman having the same talking points word for word, and the marriage rate went from 80% to 20%, did they really have it together? Or was it a lie?
Or was it social engineering that caused that to fall apart? Because I think just from the nature of who we are and reading that good book, right? When we bit that apple, even though the man didn't actually bite it, you might as well say we bit it. From that point on, God told us that we will have division.
Okay.
This is something that was said, but he wouldn't tell us to be better if we could not be better. And in those times, they struggled, but they held it together. They had complete families. They had traditions of names being passed down for 500 fucking years. Me and my sister got 2 different last names right now. So many kids in the Black community have different last names right now. That's all I'm saying.
No, I'm just saying, okay. I grew up in the Black.
Tripping on something. Go ahead,
I grew up in the Black community. The Black community that actually considered itself a community. People went together, people lived together, worked together, green grass, 2-car garages, all of the above. My parents grew up in the Black community, plant culture, Pontiac, Michigan. Grandparents working in the plant. 12 brothers, sisters that was all married at least once at one time. 12 on one side, 5 or 6 on the other. So all the way from a few millionaires all the way to some stone cold killers. Mega sized family. I'm telling you, it wasn't together. It just wasn't. That's why actually what you see
what
now.
does that mean? What does that mean to you when you say it's not together? I'm not 100% against what you're saying. What do you when you say not together? What are you referring to?
What I'm saying, if the marriage rate was 70 and 80% and it became 30, there was a reason. Because one of the strongest bonds that can't be broken, love, connection, attraction, all that stuff, the stuff they never talking about in the manosphere, they used to talk about protect and provide and the job and the 22.2%. The real stuff, actually bonding, actually loving, and for a higher cause, two becoming one. Putting family and everything first, being on the same page, proper, all the other stuff. You can't break that. Someone has to die.
Okay. So you said you can't break that. Someone has to die. So let me ask you this question. You said that the people that were married at 80% clip, it became 30. Does that mean that the people that were married at 80 became the 30, or is it a generation after them?
I'm saying attitude reflects leadership. If you want to know what's wrong with the kids, look at the parents.
Does societal influence have no bearing on this?
Leadership is influence. The top level of leadership is influence.
When did we ever have that as black men in our community?
You just answered my question.
No, I didn't. Because my argument wasn't the 60s. My argument wasn't the 60s. Because if you ask me, that's when it started to fuck up. What I'm asking,
if you don't have influence, what do you have? With no influence, what do you have?
I think what CJ's trying to allude to is that's why he kept asking you about social influence. Because at a time we did run our own communities.
He said we never had influence. He said we never had influence
in America.
And I actually peaked that when he talked about it, because he's talking about the whole country. Clearly, in our communities, men ran our homes for a long time. You alluded to it at 80%. Well, how did we get to 30? Because it didn't just magically drop off when men stopped being men. There was something that happened, and we have historical evidence to prove the demise of the black community. The emasculation of the men, the mass incarceration of the men, the war on drugs. And then we saw the promotion of abortions. We saw that pushed very heavily in the black community. We saw the empowerment of women. Well, take this government money. Get in bed with Uncle Sam instead of getting with your man. And rules that were actually set in place to make sure they could get that money. He can't be here if you want this project. He can't be here if you want to get these food stamps. We saw people not give black men jobs. Like, we had a lot of historical evidence, especially in this country, to disprove all that. There's been a bunch of outside influence to take this community down and depower black men. Every time we see something happening in society nowadays, if a black man do it, they blow it up. Like, we had Josh Giddey touching a 16-year-old girl, and they wanted to be hush-hush about it. They want to be hush-hush about it. But they went and dug up stuff on R. Kelly from years ago and try to kill him on it. Just so you can't tell me that you're not seeing how the powers that be are playing the game. You can't see how they try to disenfranchise, especially black men. You don't see any of that?
I say this, like he said. You said there was no influence. With no influence, you never never will be the leader. Even if you're married, even if there's 18 kids in the house.
Okay.
Therefore,
they weren't leaders.
That's your 80% falling to 30. Just like the white community.
Because they weren't leaders?
Hold on, hear me out.
No, I just want to be clear. Because they weren't leaders, they fell to 30? That what you're saying?
If you don't got no influence.
Wait.
What? No influence? Like, influence in what? Are you talking about in the United States of America, or are you talking about in your household?
If you don't have influence in your household, because we was playing social media.
Well, they had that.
So social media knocked on the door and said, "Excuse me, sir."
Social engineering. We ain't saying that. Facebook.
We ain't got the social media, man.
Let me answer something else, because apparently sometime in 1982 or 74, they just went around and knocked on the door. "Excuse me, sir, are you black?" Because my grandfather had 12 kids.
Mm-hmm.
The other grandfather had 5 or 6. Yeah. My dad has 3. Mm-hmm. They didn't knock on the door.
Mm-hmm.
They still in the
house.
What did they
do?
They didn't knock on the door.
That's your story.
What did they do? That's what he
That's
asked.
your
What did
story.
they do?
Because my story is different. Being my story is different. Being niggas being caught up under the bed hiding. I know that story too. So which one's more true?
Okay. And my other question is, how did the white community? Because manosphere was created by white men. Hispanic men getting ragdolled. When I was in the army, this is 98 to 2000, because somehow this all happened in 2020, I guess, when Kevin Samuels appeared. 98, when I went in the army, the marriages, Black, Hispanic, Asian, Pacific Islander, any races I never heard of. It's the same thing. They're getting ragdolled, mollywopped. The connection between man and woman was bad. In college, Black university, it was bad. The community I grew up in, it was better than the norm. They were doing pretty well. But overall, the numbers were decreasing. And the main thing is actual relationship skills between men and women. White community, relationship skills between men and women. Hindu, people sneaking in, crossing borders. It's the same thing. The connection between a man and a woman. Actual relationship skill, not the protect and divide BS and the F your feeling, all the other junk that's helping.
But see, when you say that, God damn it, Duster, you will make a point and then you just start. You know what? Let me get to his enough.
I just want to add. I feel what Dusto is saying, but that could be true. But why has it hit Why it hit us?
Because
stronger than it hit them other communities.
Why is it the easiest?
Now I'm not saying the stuff didn't matter and it didn't happen. I'm just saying
stuff.
Yeah, stuff happened.
We ain't eating Oreos, nigga. What we
not only were we slaves and whatever, but even those who fought civil wars, 50s, 60s, whatever, they still had slavery mentality. It was only go forward or go backwards. That's all they knew.
I agree.
There was no left, right. There was no critical thinking. There's no ask why, innovation, all that. They were only taught fight and survive. Fighting off dogs, whatever. So when it came to our generation, we still getting whooped, told don't talk back, don't ask why. We coming fresh out of that. So a lot of stuff is restrictive. So yes, we're going to be at the worst end of it.
I disagree. There were people that Martin Luther King pushed against the opposition. Malcolm X pushed against. Like we got many Black historical
I'm talking about the mentality and how the generation was. If you talk to people 50 to 75, work one job, go forward, traditions worked, the system, the whoopings, work hard, fight, men be tough. Where's the critical thinking? Where's the asking why? Where's the deep conversations? Where's the 5 questions you ask when there's a problem to get all the way to the root of the problem? Understand somebody else's think. They weren't taught how to do that. So they didn't really teach us how to do that.
Let me ask, because I actually wanted to go back to the first question you asked too, Dusto, when you first came on the panel. You were saying, well, you didn't actually ask a question. You made a statement. You were saying, I think you said, you could tell me if I'm quoting you wrong. You said most Black women want men to be fathers.
Yeah.
Well,
Okay.
so we already said that was a lie because he did the 4%. So
I wanted to circle back to that one, to that statement, because I just felt like you came in faulty off top. You feel what I'm saying? But just to add to the conversation that we're having right now, we've never had an absolute position of power in America for obvious reasons, right? From the jump, it's kind of hard to jump, to jump the ladder when you were brought over here purposely as slaves, right? Now, we've made a lot of large leaps and bounds, but to say that Black men didn't really have influence.
I didn't say it. Somebody else did.
Well, okay. Well, this is what I want to say. There wasn't.
I didn't say zero, by the way.
This is what I want to say. There wasn't just one Black Wall Street. there were many. We only talk about Tulsa, Oklahoma, but there were many. You understand what I'm saying? And at one point in time, black women only wore dresses. At one point in time, black women were very feminine. Yes, this is facts.
Pushback.
And okay, well, let's just let me land this plane. When you change a person's attire, when you influence a person to dress a different way, the best way to attack a home is to attack the woman, is to condition the woman's mindset. The best way to remove the man from the home is to convince the woman that she doesn't need the man, really. Now, we're not saying that women were actually pushing men out of the home, literally. But me and CJ just talked about it earlier. You don't have to literally push a man out of the home. All you got to do is continue making it difficult. Continue making it so difficult to the point where the man might be brought to the brink of actual physical altercations. But before he does that, he will remove himself. A lot of times these guys have removed themselves not because they were trying to be bad fathers, but because they felt in their heart this is best for all of us. Because before I go crazy, before I put my hands on you, before I let my child see me keep calling you bitches and hoes and you ain't shit and me putting my hands on you, it is better for me to remove myself. Even the Bible say it's better for a man to dwell in the wilderness on the roof or with a den of lions before he actually dwell with a contentious woman. Even God recommend that. So when you condition a woman and change her attire, she start putting pants on and she really thinks she wear the pants in the house. Now she got her own place to live. The government, Uncle Sam done became her new old man.
And let's be clear, everybody's divorce rate is going up.
That's
marriages are going down. Like that's
right,
it ain't just us. You know what I mean?
That.
Yeah. I'm saying. So let me, Dustin, I got a question for you because really, I be trying to see through your bullshit and really try to see what your actual point is. So let me see. Is your actual point that the problem that we're having is not having effective communication? Is that your argument?
I'm saying this. A few things. The relationship dynamic for man and woman has been bad since the beginning of time. There's some good and there's some bad.
Mm-hmm.
If you go follow the good, meaning you're in Memphis, y'all in Memphis, I believe. Correct. Go uptown, go to the best parts of Memphis. Go see where there's couples with their wives. See how they're how they're acting.
None, but go ahead. ain't no good parts. Go ahead.
That's facts.
But that's the case. Y'all need to move. But if you see men who put women in this environment, you'll see how they behave. Mm-hmm. You see men put women in the war zone, look how they behave.
Mm-hmm.
Raising kids and bullying. All us know, we had that conversation. We know the beating hell out of kid, all that stuff. It's not what it is.
It's outdated for sure.
It never should have been, to be honest.
Right.
In any leadership book development, anything that you'll ever read or study, if you're a supervisor manager, you'll never see corporal punishment in there. It's not there.
Mm-hmm.
It's not in the Bible. It's not.
Spare the rod was not what I know. People think about this. He was not talking about whooping your kids. Go look it up.
Thank you, CJ. It's the opposite of whooping the kids. But if you bully, you beat. One, you're teaching hate and you're teaching a very aggressive behavior. And believe it or not, women are following men. Feminism is a response to patriarchy.
I agree.
Patriarchy created feminism. There used to be femicide and all kind of crazy stuff from the 1800s, 1910s, where they was just waxing women for speaking. And this ain't just black. This all races. They went and only got black women for survival to go and fight with feminism. This was something that men were doing under patriarchy. It was bullying. What happens when people get bullied and oppressed and all that kind of other stuff? How do they respond? They become bullies themselves. They're going to use any weapon that they freaking can. That's what you taught. That's what they're going to do. And I'm not for all the Me Too movement, all that extra stuff, but I'm for putting people in better environments so they can be better people. See yourself in the mirror, as well as whatever woman you're dealing with. Just like if you create a dust panel, expect women to come out of here yakking and quacking all day. That's what you created. If your titles is always black women ain't this, look at them black ass black women, expect that. You said that's what they are. Every video, the man's working his best in the post office, 80 hours, and a woman trying to run him over with a car. That's not reality. Better men, better women. That's all, and probably some better kids too.
So to my question, you never really answered.
Right, I got lost. My bad.
You kind of, you know, went to Tampa, then went to Aberdeen, South Dakota. Like, yeah. So the question that I posed for the whole show that I don't know if you saw the whole. I think you should go back and watch the breakdown too, because
I was actually listening to the whole show.
Oh, okay. So you know where I was at with it, right?
Yeah.
Is that Marcus? Yeah, I'm not bringing him up. So
what's good, Marcus?
I'm gonna pull him up. But so I posed this question, but I it was a little clickbait. I ain't gonna lie, it was a little clickbait. But what I was actually asking was, do women who are no longer with the man that they had a child with want black men to be fathers? And the trick is fathers.
Yes.
And what does that mean, Dusto?
Here's the problem, because I'm not on the feminist side. I'm on the neutral side. I'm actually on the kid side. If a lot of men weren't taught to be men, husbands, or whatever, if a lot of women's weren't taught to be women, they were taught to be these women's. That's what they were taught to do. Come on, we want femininity. Well, they were taught to get up and go and work and be in the workplace. That's what they were taught to do. Expect them to do what they were taught. At least 75, 80% of them.
Right.
Their nature is still to be feminine, to be a woman. They can't be a man. It just doesn't work. That's why it looks so bad. It's like men acting like busters and whining all the time. It don't look right. Just
come on around.
Okay. Same women you're hearing on the outside on social media talking about these men's as ain't nothing. Ask about 5 questions. They'll get to breaking down, crumbling, probably break down to tears. They do not want to do this by themselves. Work a job, come home. That's why they stressed out. They out of character. It don't work. So they might be talking and saying all this stuff. Go put a Derek Jackson or somebody in front of them. They get to crumbling. Please take these kids. Please, I cook, I clean. They don't want this. Some of them don't know what they don't want because they ain't never seen it. Some of them lost truck. 3 raw dog Ronnies and the woman is done. 3 times they actually give a man a chance. Raw dog Ronnie screws them up. They done. But some of them, it's a big front. They talking all this. Get deeper. They want a man and they want a father. They don't want to do this by themselves. I'll leave it at that.
Dusto, let me jump in here.
Go ahead.
I'm happy that you finally came out and said that. So in other words, we all make choices, right?
Yeah.
So ain't some of these people just reaping what they sow?
The women's? Oh, I'm not caping for women. If they dust, if you pick raw dog Ronnie, then hey, it is what it is.
But and I think
if you got a good dude and you decide, no, I want to keep it real and throw your man out, hey, it is what it is.
And I want to ask you this too. CJ almost took it there, but I'm gonna ask you straight up.
Okay.
What does Dusto see as a successful marriage? Because you said traditional is BS. So I want to know, if Dusto was to marry the woman of his dream, what would she do? What would you do? How would it look?
Good question. Shout out to all the single ladies out there. If your man.
Oh Lord, here we go. Here we go.
I tried. I fucking tried.
I need this answer, CJ. Pull him back.
If your man ain't loving you right,
trying to do that Barry White.
Oh my God!
Wow!
No, real talk. I'll keep it simple. There's the person that I am. I got strengths and I got weaknesses. I'm not gonna sit up here and say, "Well, I'm a high value 6-figure 6. I am who I am. Some stuff is good, some of it isn't. There's a woman who comes to the table. She got her good and she got her bad, but we just make a decision. We're going to make each other better. I'm going to work on my strengths, my weaknesses. We're going to work on hers. It's not I take the trash out because I'm mad. All that's junk. A person who rocks with you for who you really are, and y'all work together and put whichever you got together. You properly communicate. You love each other. You're coming to become one. All that real stuff.
I got some.
Y'all looking at me crazy.
No, that's I can't let that slide. So you mean to tell me that your woman gonna take out the garbage? Y'all
Oh no.
Oh wait, no.
You just contradicted yourself.
That's just what you just.
I was playing while I was talking about the trash.
Come on,
man.
No.
This is why Dusto gets miscredited because he dates too many Latina sisters. He always dabbles in the light skin. But like I said, I'm the light skin whisperer too. So I'm gonna tell you this real shit. I'm gonna tell you this. Listen, as we can say that sounds nice and all. We can say that, hey, the man supposedly, like Dusto was saying, hey, he had the influence. Nowadays, a lot of outside sources are influences as well. Because if that's the case, and I know there's some people here who believe in the good book, even good old Lucy himself dragged a third of the angels down with his influence to the bottom of the pit. And that's an unfortunate factor, because down here in man's world, men and women, that's me.
Damn. Okay.
The Most High.
Shit! Bye. You're done. You just ruined it. You just called yourself the Most High.
I
You
don't
out
get
your mind?
Is it doom and gloom or is it
no? It's not doom and gloom. It's just being reality too. Like, I'm not gonna be delusional like women.
So should Tez go ahead and file for divorce now because the woman's is
No.
gonna get him? I mean, what are we talking?
No, Tez knows how Tez is gonna move, but he's gonna vet properly.
When me and my wife got together, we understood the role. My wife don't take out no garbage. We ain't even have to have that conversation. Somehow I miraculously knew my wife ain't gonna want to take garbage out. Oh, let me get my mic. My wife ain't gonna want to take garbage out. Maybe Ted should take out the goddamn trash. I also, even though I can cook, I ain't never sat back and be like, you know what, baby, look, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, I'ma cook. Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, you gonna cook, and we gonna flip the alternate week. Somehow, the roles just meshed into each other. My wife right there, right now with the kids. Because she say, I do a better job at this, baby. So what you know what I'm gonna do? Instead of forcing your ass to come down there 50% of the time and doing this, I'm gonna let you go up there and talk some sense into these people on YouTube, and I'm gonna watch the babies. Not because she deserved this or I deserved this. Somehow the roles just miraculously fell into place. And I ain't planning on getting divorced. She ain't planning on getting divorced. So I don't know where that come from. But once again, I'm old. I'm a somewhat traditional guy, because if I was fully traditional, I would be paying 100% of the bill, and my wife would be barefeet and pregnant. My wife worked. She more educated than I am. My wife got a master's degree, and she looking at going into a doctorate degree. But I ain't never sat down around my family or her family, and they was like, you know what, babe, Jackie, you a much better man than you a much better woman than Tez is a man. Nobody ever said that to me, even though she got all these degrees and she make this amount of money. When I walk up in their house, they still say Mr. and Mrs. Lindsay.
So Tez, couple questions. Pretty much what you're saying is you have who you are and she has who she is, and y'all found a system that works for you all.
Correct.
I didn't go pull up a tradition manual and say, masculine, you be feminine. Put that, wear a dress. You just found out.
Is it a coincidence that they are?
Y'all believe in each other and y'all created a system that works for y'all, right?
That's though. You heard that, nigga. Hold on. You heard what the hell I just said. I said, is it a coincidence that they happen to be in the masculine, feminine roles?
Huh?
He said, huh? You broke the system.
No,
Is it
okay.
a coincidence that they are operating in a masculine and feminine way?
Could
Tez
it
is taking on the masculine role. Could that? I mean, is that a coincidence or what, nigga?
could it be that Tez and his wife went into the beliefs, morals, and values and found the roles, how operates them, and their masculine and their feminine?
Or could it be somehow if he's naturally taking out the trash and doing what he's supposed to be doing, somehow the food ends up being cooked? Meaning you create a certain environment, you'll get a certain response. Could it be a combination
I
of
see
that
what
too?
you did there.
I do. Can we let JVJ get in here because he
This
about
is
to
what we call moving the
about to go
goalposts.
crazy.
And can both be true? Can we meet in the middle and say can both be true? Is that
I'm
fair?
about to blow up because I think Gusto just full of shit. I ain't even gonna hold
That's
you.
that part. That part.
I'm not holding my tongue.
I would agree
Like,
with that part too.
Gusto said, first off, the traditional stuff, throw it out, is BS. Well, when
Yeah,
you
throw
put a
it out.
man in a certain environment, you put a woman in a certain environment, which Gusto just said, if you create the environment,
That's not tradition.
it is tradition. That's the tradition of man and woman on this earth. Even
Nature.
God told a woman to be a man's helpmate. The man's supposed to go out there and provide and protect. A woman's supposed to take her rightful role beside that man. You can't sit out here and say, if this man creates this environment, that she just naturally falls into her role. That is traditional things that have been done since the beginning of time. To sit here and say, well, maybe you found this person and this works for you. I know a coworker who he does all the laundry, which typically a woman would do. When it comes to small things like that, yes, you give and take, you compromise. But in the grand scheme of things, if somebody busts into their door downstairs, the man's supposed to take care of that. And traditionally, he will do it, and instinctively, he will do it. By a lot. So you telling me women are just jumping at the bit to go protect men?
No, what I'm telling you is there's nature and then tradition as the talking point where they keep throwing all this man BS with the if somebody breaks in the house, the if to this and the didn't Tez just tell you the wife got a master's? She might even make more money
That
than he
has
does.
nothing to do with her not
No,
being a
tradition.
woman. Women have always been more educated than men.
And men usually still make more money. But the point is this.
Exactly. No,
No,
why?
here's the
Because we do
point.
the harder jobs. Traditionally,
Oh,
men are
God.
built a certain type of way
Talking
that we
point
can handle.
overload.
No. I'm gonna say that because you
Gusto,
pissed me
you are
off with
so
it.
full of
You
shit,
pissed me
bro.
off with the
You
nonsense,
are
man.
you are contrarian. I figured it out.
So
you are just
tradition,
a
when
contrarian.
it's convenient, you throw the word tradition on it. Then when it's not, you
It's
take
always
tradition off.
traditional.
What about a woman having an education makes her non-traditional?
What is
Don't come at me
education?
with the fucking manosphere talking points because you know damn well me and Ted don't subscribe to most of
It
it.
don't work over here.
Right. He's throwing the talking point. He's throwing the talk point. I'm trying to burn him. I'm saying if the man and woman ain't got nothing working together, no kind of connection, no kind of whatever, all that tradition don't mean nothing. No way. They don't even like each other.
That's straight.
And it ain't gonna work.
That straight cat shit. It's all that. Because at the end of the day, a man's got to be a man, and a man has always been told what to be. That's a traditional thing. If you do something over a long period of
by
time,
who?
it becomes a tradition. By who?
Right.
What do you mean? What do you
Tradition
mean by
is
who?
sliding all over the place. Now it's tradition. Man is being man,
It's
but they got to
been
do what somebody
tradition.
else tell them to do.
Can we look
it's
up the
been tradition
definition
from the
of
get-go.
tradition?
It's never changed.
Tradition, I'm
You
pushing
the one
back.
that said tradition don't stand on nothing. You
Right.
said throw tradition out.
Yeah,
I've
pretty
been
much.
arguing for tradition the whole time.
I'm throwing tradition in the terms of what they put in this manosphere garbage. Tradition,
Okay,
man,
be
the
mad at the
masculinity.
manosphere, man. Be mad at them. Go talk to them about that. It don't take away from the fact that a
He
man got to
does
be a
that every
man and a
time.
woman need to be a woman.
Did I say
We
anything
have
against that?
roles.
I didn't say
We
anything
have
against that.
roles that we go into. We have
I'm
roles.
gonna read this. Tradition, the transmission of customs or beliefs from generation to generation, or the fact of being passed on in this way. How can we argue against that?
I will.
We're gonna argue against a
Of
fact.
course you will.
Yeah, I
Of
will.
course you will.
No, here you go. Before you
One
argue
of
against
the
that,
traditions
look,
beating kids.
Tez, CJ, I appreciate y'all bringing me up here tonight. I'm not gonna go all night with Gusto. Gusto, you full of shit because tradition. He just read it
MC
out to
Gusto.
you.
Gusto.
Yeah,
You
I'm not
just
for
literally
tradition.
arguing. You are arguing against a. You know what a fact is in this world? Something that pretty much everybody agrees to, and that you can factually prove. Tradition is a thing. And it's no coincidence that women want a man that can provide. You said that 666 shit, that devil shit. 6 feet tall, 6 figures, 6-pack. You said that. Women yell that from the mountaintops that even they agree with tradition. But you're all up here arguing against
It's
it.
a lie.
You can say it's a lie, but at the end of the day, if something pops off, a man knows his role and a woman knows hers. You
So they
ain't
want
gotta
destiny.
believe
It says
it.
that they want
Look, he
destiny.
ain't gotta believe it. But
I
let
don't know.
something pop off. His body gonna move without him even knowing. Because God put it inside of you.
So
This
there's
sounds
no
like
place for
conditional
tradition.
tradition to me.
Well, okay, hey, guess
You
what?
might
Then
say
look,
conditional tradition. You are a asshole.
man, I hope he found a girl that pay all the bills.
And
From long range.
we don't agree with the talking point mafia.
No, you said you don't agree with tradition. So that would go completely the opposite of tradition. If you got a woman to come in and pay all the bills, then that goes completely, like you said, throw tradition out. You
Pretty
need
much.
to find you a woman that come in and pay all the goddamn bills.
What
And we
part
can
of
say
tradition
F
we got to throw
tradition.
out? So okay. Oh baby, I heard something at the door. Go check that out for me.
You ever heard me say that tired talking point about going in 50? Do you ever hear me talking about that 50-50 BS?
That ain't
No.
50, no. That ain't that's mid tradition. We talking about throwing tradition all the way out. No, she take care of all the bills.
Oh,
That's
not
just
all the
meeting
way.
halfway. That's
What
compromise.
I'm talking about throw out is this fictional
25%,
thing where you're a
75,
man.
50, 40, 60.
Throw good about at least 40% of it out.
Okay, I might can roll with 40.
Beating the
I might can
kids,
roll
throw
with
that
40.
out. Lack of critical thinking, throw that out.
Okay.
Lack of adaptability. Respect your elders and don't ask why.
You mean Bill Belichick? Throw that out. Okay, throw Bill Belichick out. The greatest
Throw
coach ever. Go ahead.
colonization of traditionalism out. Throw shame out. Throw neglect. All the junk that got people jacked up to why they don't think for themselves. Can't do any reasoning.
Throw shame
Can't
out.
communicate.
Yeah, I was tripping off of that one.
What?
Throw shame out. That's crazy.
Hey man, I think. Look,
Shame caused more damage.
I'm a end my
Shame
part here
caused more
'cause it's
damage than whippings did.
it's
crazy as hell.
11:30 and I got kids and I'm sure they need to be in the bed. I just land my plane here. Man, look, Dusto, I'm happy. I've been wanting to know where you stand for a long time, and I'm happy to get an understanding of how you look at stuff.
Yeah,
but I think
he's standing on shit.
I don't know. Look, I'm trying to give Dusto the benefit of the doubt. All I'm saying is, if what he's saying up here, he believe, that's fine. That's cool. What I will say, if that's the case, I do believe what if everybody thought the way you thought. I don't know if the world would be better than what it is now. Just because you said take out shame. So we should be out here wifing OnlyFans models. We should be out here wifing women that don't respect themselves because Tez ain't out here shaming.
What does that have to do with shame? I didn't say anything about wife and OnlyFans models. That's got
no. My point is, it's a reason why men and women look at them a certain way. It's not because I look at this woman as less than. It's because society say, hey, if she had to resort to sex work, maybe there's something wrong with her.
Yeah, she was shamed. That's why she resorted to shame. Created those problems.
What?
Dusto.
How
Not
can
only
you say
that. Okay, let me tell you something. Number one, most people want to wipe. Most of these very dudes doing the fake shaming, they want the OnlyFans models. They want them.
Dusto.
The woman want to be
he's stuck in the red pill manosphere. I'm out. He can't let it go. He cannot let go of the red pill manosphere space.
That's not exactly true though. Like just because she got shamed, she's trying to be an OnlyFans. Sometimes it's sometimes. But hold on though. Like half the time, most of the time, it's probably because their parents allowed them to do whatever they wanted, or there wasn't a guy to do that. Because a lot of these chicks, if you hear them, they'll say the same thing. They say, "Oh, my boyfriend doesn't tell me what to do." I know for a fact. That's a fact. And I know, bro, I'm telling you, like, listen, when a father is going to tell his daughter, hey, I wouldn't like this for you. I'm disappointed you turned out this life. That's a healthy way of shame. I think that's healthy shaming right there.
Wow.
Because of course, a dad's not going to want to see his daughter get piped down by 3 dudes in one video?
That's all.
You know, a dad ain't gonna want to. A dad ain't gonna want to do that.
Shame. So we want convenient shame. So when they call saying deadbeat fathers, these men ain't nothing. Something wrong with that shaming. Something's wrong with
no. We do that.
Shouldn't be the main narrative. If they're deadbeats, they're deadbeat. But if they're not, they're not.
Let me
go ahead, Chris. Go ahead, Freezer.
Been quiet. Yeah.
Just throw why do men become dope dealers? Because they shamed into becoming dope dealers.
You want the truth?
Yeah.
You can't handle
obviously in their household. Somehow they got more love from the block than they did in their own household. That's why they're willing to fight.
I became a phlebotomy technician because there's something called a paramedic.
Somehow they were influenced that this is better than that. So we can say bad leadership. Because somebody influenced. I guess it wasn't mom or dad. It was Raheem from up the block.
I just wanted a yes or no question. Was they shamed?
Some of them, yes.
So then it's not complete black and white.
You keep talking, man, and you shut the fuck up.
What the difference is in his response is, it was it was like shaky with guys, but with women, it was a clear cut. Oh, they were shamed into sex work. We all know women go into sex work because they feel like it's lucrative. We all know women go into OnlyFans because they hear the stories of what the girl Bad Baby making $1 million in 1 month, or $20 million in 1 month. We know that's the reason, but it's a dangerous game that you're playing when you give women this. You say, "Oh, the reason why I went into OnlyFans is because I was shamed." That's why, I really didn't want to make this. I really didn't want to make this $500,000. But this is what I'm saying. But Dusto, we gotta stop, Dusto. Okay, so this is the thing. The first thing that you said when you first came on the panel, I wanted to visit this too. You said you made a statement saying that most black women really want men to be fathers.
Mm-hmm.
Why did you say that?
Go talk to them and actually listen.
No, hell no. I'm not.
Were they shamed into being fathers?
There you go.
No, listen what I'm saying.
Listening is against the law. I don't know where y'all are now.
Dusto, listen.
I don't know where y'all are now.
I asked you why.
I gave you an answer.
No, that's not an answer. Listen, I asked you, why did you make that statement? Now you're telling me that. Hold on, listen. Now you're telling me you're what is it called? Redirecting me to go talk to the very same person who I think is the problem, right? I need you to answer and just be accountable for why you said black women really do want black men to be fathers. I want your explanation.
I gave you an answer.
Okay. Well, hold on. You told me
you don't want that one. Another one will be provided for you.
Okay, Dusto, what about this?
I gave you an answer.
Dusto, what about this?
I can give you another one if you want one. I ain't gonna be the one you want.
Okay, what about this, Dusto? What about this? You told me to go talk to them, right?
Mm-hmm.
So obviously you done already talked to them. So what did they tell you?
I gave you that answer.
Great job. Great job, please.
Okay, what was the answer?
The same one I gave you the last time that you're not
say
gonna
it again.
Say it again, please.
No, now you're getting the quarter-pointed answer.
Come on, you come
Let's
on.
just say you were
my turn. It is. You told me it was my turn.
You can talk all that you want to, yell and scream. You
Okay,
lost.
it is my turn.
Lost.
Now I'm gonna give you the quarter-pointed answer.
Okay, go ahead.
All of y'all are right with everything y'all are saying.
God damn.
Look, I enjoyed this tonight. It's coming up on 12 o'clock.
You're not gonna shame me. You're not gonna shame me. Oh no, sir.
Facts. I'm gonna get shamed to go into bed. It's untraditional to go to bed after 12. So I'm gonna take my ass. I'm gonna make sure to get in the bed, and then y'all enjoy the rest of y'all night. First, and I'm gonna say this, bro. I enjoyed the hell out of this panel, bro. Like, I didn't want to leave. This was one of the best conversations I done ever had, and I'm I'm a plug us, bro. Y'all ain't gonna find a lot of these conversations in other places. We didn't putting up a bounty system to drop Dusto for $20. I stay throwing shots now. I can't help the shit. It's just in my blood now.
Yeah, I dropped him for free for sure.
For free, yeah. We'll drop Dusto for free, and depending on what Mark can say, sometimes him too. But my point is, bro. My point is, bro, I enjoyed this conversation, man. If I ain't had kids and a wife, I'd probably be up to 1 o'clock with y'all, but it ain't gonna happen tonight. Appreciate y'all. Dusto, shout out to you. Freezy, thank you for being here. Keep doing what you're doing, bro. Putting out that fire content.
Thank y'all, man.
Marcus, bro, appreciate you hopping in here, always being in the chat. JVJ, I just reached out to him. He got a little frustrated. It's all right.
He's tired.
But JVJ, shout out to you too, bro. CJ, shout out to you. I knew you was gonna cover this masterfully. And hey, happy to be a part of it. So shout out to y'all, man. Have a good night, y'all.
All right,
go ahead. Rest in your masculinity. All right, Tay is fine.
Yes, sir.
Okay, Dusto, I can't let you skate. Just please answer the question, please.
I forgot what the question was.
Oh, don't worry about it, Dusto. You good, Dusto.
Oh, about black women wanting to be back fathers?
I don't look. Here's my thing. I don't disagree with what Dusto's saying. I believe that in the back of their fucking brains, they want us to be fathers. Everything else that they do says they don't. And I'm talking about a specific group of them. I'm not gonna put a number on it. We know who the motherfuckers is because they display themselves after they had a baby.
Well, it goes back to what I was saying. But before I say what I'm finna say, I really want Dusto. Could you just answer? I need to hear this before I go to sleep.
Okay. Now I got to drag it out, but I'm gonna give you an answer. There's the stuff that people say when you ask them a quick question. That quick answer is usually some BS. But if you ask more questions,
break it down. Go ahead.
If you look at their life, how they really are acting, how they really moving, and if you put them in a certain situation, you'll see who they really are. Women do not want to be single moms. They don't. It's hell. They even keep saying it. The very ones talking about, man, these dudes ain't nothing. 30 minutes later, when they cut the camera off, they're crying and bleeding. That's a fact.
And bleeding? Whoa. Relax.
Yeah.
Time of the month and shit.
Now, they might not want you, but they want a man. They might not want me. They might thought I was ugly, but there's some man that they really do want to be there.
Okay, there you go.
Even the ones who want somebody. Some of them want a man and don't know what to do with him if he did show up. There's a whole bunch of different people, but overall, do they want a man? The answer is yes.
Okay,
so go ahead, Freeze.
Just real quickly, because I know it's late. I agree with you.
Okay.
They see how your answer changed from them wanting men to be fathers to them just wanting a man. At the latter, I do agree with you. They want a man, but like I was telling CJ earlier, the leader that men should be, once a man becomes that, they don't want that. You understand what I'm saying?
No.
The leader that a man, what a real leader looks like, what he's going to have to do, how he's going to have to carry himself in the midst of the kids and his wife, that type of leader. Women don't want that. They want a cookie cutter leader. They want a man to lead to their liking.
That's not.
Listen, happy wife, happy life.
Freezing.
Everybody has bought into that.
What you're doing is you're taking the guy working 80 hours in the post office and making that the sample for the man. The dudes are doing their best they can. Oh. And the women are all the worst ones trying to run a dude over with a car, throw a baby out the window.
No, that's not exactly what I did.
And you're saying that is what black women are.
I'm not even talking about occupation.
I'm talking about your example.
Yeah.
You're already starting with the out of control black woman and a dude doing the best he can. That is not.
It's not necessarily out of control, Dustin. Like this, what I'm trying to get you to understand. Like my ex-wife wasn't just out of control, bro. Like she had some flaws. Don't get me wrong, but she wasn't just out of control. The out of controlness. When we're talking about, I told you, I prefaced it. The title was a way to pull people in. What I was really talking about, do women that are no longer with their child's father want them men to be fathers to their children? I say no. And the reason I broke it down, the way I broke it down, I even included the stepdad situation. It's because they're not with you anymore. And to them, you being a husband, you being a father is damn near the same thing to them. So if you're not going to be their husband, it doesn't benefit them in their mind for you to be a father, which it really don't. It benefits the child. But they don't put that child first. It's not because they're horrible people. It's because they throwed off because of the situation that they had with their ex-husband. It's like they can't program that shit right. And then they have a system that allows them to be basically knee deep in the dysfunction and get paid for it. That's what I'm getting at.
Somehow they're on Wall Street. There's these women pushing strollers because the system's paying them $58,000 a month. So the 8-bedroom houses got women pushing strollers, but the ones working ain't making no money. So they're getting more benefits by being single moms all of a sudden.
What do you mean by more benefits, bro? More money?
I'm talking about the narrative. That,
more control, bro. Like
control of
this
what?
How I know you don't come. This is how I know you don't come from it, bro. Because you're not understanding.
You're right. I don't.
I know you don't. It's becoming more and more apparent to me when we had these conversations.
That's why I'm expressing the other side.
I know. I know the other side. The other side raised me, nigga.
No, CJ.
I know the other side.
CJ, no one wants to talk about the other side. Even married people in the spaces. They get together and let's talk about how bad this black woman is who threw a baby out the window. Am I wrong?
See, this is
what I representative of something that actually makes sense.
Dusto, this is what I have a problem with. You're going to extremes on both sides, and
that's
this
not
is
extreme. That's direct.
Listen to what I'm saying. In these spaces, this is where we all get thrown off. We always go to Pookie and Ray Ray. We always go to Sexy Red.
Right.
Most
That's
of the
what I'm
people,
talking about.
Hold on.
I'm saying the woman that I'm saying culturally, even the woman that had her mother and father that were decent living people, the culture affects our women a different way. In our culture, a woman wants to run something.
But I thought tradition worked.
I didn't say all tradition worked. Didn't I say I gave you 40? Didn't I say I gave you 40?
Where the tradition at?
Did I say I gave you 40? Now don't play stupid. I gave you 40.
No, you gave me 40.
Traditional just works. It happens if they actually go into the roles.
But
unfortunately the dysfunction
is fucked up.
This is what this is what I'm trying to convey. This is what I'm trying to convey to Dusto. Let's throw out the extremes. Most of the people that's having problems are the people in the middle, right? And so when we throw out the extremes, even if you run across a halfway decent woman who's not just all outlandish, your average everyday black woman, if you're not portraying the type of man that she would like for you to be, if you don't say the things that she feels like you should say, that's when Dr. Jekyll would turn into Mr. Hyde. You understand what I'm saying? No. They have snapping moments. You ever seen a woman who's perfectly fine, but these women have triggers, and where these triggers come from is because they grew up watching their mother be very dominant, right? And their fathers, for the most part, just don't want no problems, avoid arguments. It's a lot of guys in these spaces don't want no problems. They just want to avoid arguments. You understand what I'm saying? But what that leader that I'm talking about looks like, he don't avoid shit. He want all the fucking smoke.
You call that leadership?
Listen, because I'm not going to allow you to even make me look like I'm not equipped to be the leader that my child needs to look up to me to be. You understand what I'm saying? You're not going to listen. I'm going to have the last word in my house. I'm not saying you can't have a word, but I'm going to be the one to approve it. Now, just that simple statement most women will have a problem with that. You understand what I'm saying?
No.
Yes,
They'll call it toxic.
Yes.
So would I.
That's when they
That
start
ain't
calling
leadership.
men toxic masculinity and all that kind of shit.
Yeah, because it's not leadership. That's why.
Okay, and you are the problem, Dusto, because you're saying you are saying that a man who runs his house, who makes sure he approves everything that comes out of that house, who approves all the words, he lets his wife have a say so, but he has to approve it before anything takes place. You're saying that's not a leader.
No, what I'm saying is, how you're putting it, he wants all the smoke. Leaders don't want smoke. That's tyrants.
No, I'm not saying I want smoke. I'm saying I'm not avoiding no smoke. I'm not avoiding nothing.
I think he also like using the word smoke, but he don't mean it in the way of I want
Well,
problems.
I'm from the hood. That's how I talk. But I ain't listen. I don't. It's not like I beat my wife. I don't call my wife bitches and hoes. What I mean by smoke, if my wife has a disrespectful moment with me, or if she makes it seems like if I say something to her or if I do something in a certain way, she's going to have an attitude. It's a lot of guys walking on eggshells for fear that their wives are going to withhold sex from them. Women are weaponizing sex in marriages. These men are conforming to their wives just because they want some damn coochie. You understand what I'm saying? It's as simple as that. Women are weaponizing sex.
Why not?
That's crazy. Because if I knew prior to me getting married that you was gonna do that, I wouldn't have never got married.
Well, you can always just shame her. That'll really turn her on.
No, but you're missing the point.
That's what makes the vagina work.
Vet properly.
Right?
You're missing the point. You're missing
shame them away. Shame them away.
You're missing the subtle things that can be done to tear up a whole household. We always want to go to physicalities and all. No, women can do subtle things that can cause division.
Especially if self-deletion and depression is higher than hell for men.
And this is what we keep leaving out. You know how many men are in sexless marriages? I just found out that if you have sex less than 10 times a year, psychologists consider that a sexless marriage. Did you know that, Dusto?
Hey, you say leaving out. I'll tell you something that's being left out. Because I heard every talking point, everything negative that you can think of between man and woman. The babies, the child support, the this, the sexist, everything negative between a man and a woman. From here to Arizona. I hear it every day, word for word. From this panel to the dust panels, to the crust panels, to the we hate the men's and the women's, and 50% of marriages. Same thing. What's left out? Word called influence, word called solutions, and this other thing called positivity. Where can I find that at? Which panel? Which leaders? What links? Where's it at?
You can find it on CJ panel. You can find it on Sir Hale. You can find it on my panel. For the most part, you can find it on Black Men Unfiltered. There's guys that's exemplifying this behavior that you're talking about.
Okay, let me answer that question again. Where can I find this at?
Find what at?
Positivity.
Here, nigga. I'm gonna give you some negative too, because you need both.
That's how life in the world works.
If you want positive, go to Martha Stewart, nigga. Go over there. You're gonna get it every day. Go to QVC. Go, you know where it's at, Martha Stewart, 100,000 million subscribers. You're gonna find it.
Let's just say I did want. Let's just say I was curious about dating black women's and looking for a black, beautiful mother queen goddess.
Uh-huh.
Where would I find that at? Let's just say I actually did want to find therapy or something. What else?
Ace Metaphor, Derek Jackson. What's my boy name? Speaks. Dear Future. Hold on, listen, nigga. I'm knowing. Dear Future Wifey. Breast, a lot of them out here. You just stuck in a space.
Kendra G.
You stuck in a space. I get it. Like in this space, in this specific space, you're gonna be hard pressed. I got you. There are some, but you're gonna be hard pressed.
You get where I'm going. If I wanted to find a baby getting ran over by a crazy black woman, or a woman throwing a man out the window, or pouring hot barbecue sauce on his neck while he's sleeping, I know that's where I'm gonna find. Or women's versus men's. It's 50-50.
What does that mean? What does that mean, Dusto?
Point is, supposedly there's solutions. Supposedly there's about 3 black women. There's 3 positive, good black women.
I think.
But why is everything so focused on a 97?
Because I'm gonna tell
hunting
you
them down, driving 40 miles to save the clips for the ones that's crazy.
I'm gonna tell you why, Dusto. Because for the longest, that has not been talked about. The wrongdoing of it for the look in the black community, you'll be hard pressed to find in history. I'm talking about. You talking about talking points. I'm talking about presidential talking points. I'm talking about societal talking points. You'll be hard pressed to find anybody blaming black women for anything in our community. It will always be brought back to the men. So like, I'm not saying that that's 100% wrong, because I do think everything to a degree boils down to the man. I do agree
with leadership.
However, but what has not talked about is the conversation I have today, where I'm talking about how when you get joint custody, how your child could still be manipulated and they don't even want to come to your house anymore. That conversation has never really been had publicly. So even though I'm making my ex-wife look like a bad person, it's because in these moments she was a bad person, but these conversations were not had. That's what I'm saying. It's oversaturated for sure. But at the end of the day, I'm telling you why. It's because there has been a drought on these conversations, and now niggas have gone crazy and made money off of these conversations. True. I ain't asked for a super chat one time today.
No, CJ, I get where you're coming from. I'm just saying, there's a fire. Somebody's burning up the neighborhood. Do you go and burn the other side of the neighborhood, or do you go take water and put the fire out? Women been dragging men's images and whatever. And to be honest, I heard some stuff growing up, but it just wasn't reality, because that ain't what I saw. And it didn't make sense no way. It just doesn't.
So if you didn't see it, do you think maybe you were coddled, maybe?
Call it whatever, but I ain't marinating in that dumb shit, because it's dumb.
But the only way to put the fire out. This is what I'm saying.
The only way to put the fire out is with water, not with more fire.
No, listen.
Now it's men's beating up on the very black woman and then saying, "Hey, we got to go get black women."
But sometimes
you either hate them or you love them. Pick one.
No, but listen what I'm saying. Sometimes water ain't good enough. Sometimes water make the fire rise higher. Sometimes you got to use a fire extinguisher. Sometimes you got to use dirt. It's
sand. Much sand.
It's plenty of ways to put a fire out. Since you wanted to use these analogies, but all I'm telling you, Dusto,
crazy. The people are getting worse from 2021 to 23, 24. They're getting worse.
I'm telling you, Dusto. The women are pretty much have the biggest influence in these households when it comes to the kids.
Why.
Listen what I'm telling you. Listen what I'm saying. When it comes to the kids, right? So now guess what we're doing? We just talked about this earlier when CJ showed the fake Saucy Santana guy. Women have control over the kids. These boys are becoming more and more effeminate. And they're becoming more and more in favor of women and their feelings, right? So the fight is getting harder. The fight is getting harder. But I want to tell you this. If you a woman and your inbox average about 10 to 20 dudes a day, when you leave your house and you go to the grocery store, men holler at you faithfully, and you have a plethora of choices on who you gonna lay down with or who you gonna entertain, and you had a choice between that same post office worker and NBA young boy over here with the big chains on and with the money phone to his ear. You choose NBA young boy because he had the stacks of money to his ear and the big chains on, when she could have chose the damn post office worker. Men do not have those luxuries. Most men don't. To where they got 20 girls in their inbox and they have this plethora of choices. Women choose who they're going to have sex with, bro. They do. And if you're telling me most men are out here hitting hoes across the head with clubs and just forcing them to have sex, you out your rabbit ass mind. These hoes is choosing who they gonna lay down with. They choosing who they gonna have a baby with. They are, bro.
So Freezy, let me get this right. Black women ain't nothing. That's the only examples I keep hearing. And then the only example we get Saucy Santana as a representative of a black man now.
No, I'm not saying
people are so bad. Since this is who they are and the social influence, why don't we just quit?
No,
everybody.
This is the problem.
Because you don't want no solutions, nothing positive. That can't have that. But we can shame everybody.
Well, Dusto, you already divested, so you're safe.
We can always shame anybody we think of. Come with the negativity.
Why are you single?
Men versus women's. We can keep doing that.
Do you want to get married?
Yes.
Why are you single?
Here comes the shame.
I didn't even shame. I didn't even shame. I didn't even shame you. I didn't even shame you. No, listen. You have these preconceived thoughts in your head for no reason.
It's Freezy. How many times have you had them?
He's traumatized in the manosphere.
What I'm asking you is,
word for word,
are you single?
Same conversation.
Wait, just try it out for 1 second.
Apparently, you like the shit, though.
Are you single?
Single.
Okay.
Not married, single.
Right. You're not married and you're single.
Mm-hmm.
What has been
unmarried.
Okay? Why haven't you been able to be in a relationship that you approve of with a woman?
Who says I haven't?
Well, you're
why
single.
Are you not in one now?
You're not in one now. So you did. Obviously you didn't approve of the last one. So why aren't you in a successful relationship now?
Who says I'm not? And who says there's no approval? I said I'm not married.
No, I saw you try to do it, and Freezy doubled back and said, "So you're not married and you're single," and you said yes.
Yeah, if you're not married, you're single.
Stop that.
Listen, I repeated.
Yeah, well, you're gonna get some bullshit because I've had this conversation once a week for the last 2 years.
Dusto, this is not a game. Listen, you said, I repeated what you said. You said you're not married and you are single.
And Freeze, you know the worst part of the conversation? The reason the conversation is taking place is because I actually asked for something positive.
Bro, I'm asking you. What I'm saying is,
told you black women ain't shit.
You so full of shit,
Dusto.
Kevin Samuels is the man. He won't marry.
Being facetious.
Dusto,
if I agree with everything y'all said and said black women ain't nothing.
Dusto, listen, Dusto. You said you are not married and you are single. Those are your exact words.
If you're not married, you're single.
Okay, so you don't have a woman.
Okay,
why don't you have a woman?
So do you have a woman? Do you have a woman? Do you have a woman that you're in a relationship with?
Do you think
This was on Match.com?
Do you think I would tell you negators?
Okay,
it's like you think I'd tell you if I had a job or not? Do you think I'd put my address?
Okay,
how many people I trolled and dusted in these spaces?
Let me put it like this so you can have something to think about. If you are single and you're not in a relationship, it's for a reason, bro. It's because you have not found a woman that you approve of to marry.
So let me go ahead and start shaming them.
I'm not shaming you. I'm not shaming you. What I'm doing is,
let's go beat up on black women and talk about how they ain't nothing.
No,
Dusto.
Hold on. I'm married.
Hold on, Freeze.
No, let me.
I've had enough of
CJ, let me tell him this.
If you're married, why are you more negative than I am?
Hold on, Dusto. You can't run that on me because I am married. I am in a successful relationship.
Then why are you so negative when it comes to black women?
No. Listen.
I should be coming to you screaming like, "Oh my God, look at Freezy."
Listen, bro.
Man, I want some of that.
Dusto,
man, look at them black ass black women.
Dusto, I'm not negative. What you're trying to do, you're trying to paint a picture that only men are disapproving of women's conduct. And there are plenty women that feel the same way CJ does, I do, and other men that are adequate leaders. So what do you have to say about those women? Hold on. So what do you have to say about those women that feel the same exact way?
Okay. You said they're leaders. Everybody now, if you're a black man, you're automatically a leader. Just click a button, you lead.
No,
and
no.
it's the woman's
What
fault
do
when you
you
don't
say
follow.
about the women that feel the same exact way? Because now you cannot divide the men and the women, and you can't make this into a gender war.
I didn't do the gender war and dividing.
So what do you feel about the women that feel the same exact way?
Okay, goddamn. Okay, why did you come here today? Why? Let's get to it. Fuck it. I'm sick of this shit. Why'd you come here?
Had some questions, had some remarks towards whatever.
And
I'll
troll.
probably hit you up tomorrow about something else.
What was the main question you came here for that you asked today?
They didn't drug me so bad, try to come at me so bad.
Nope,
all
we're not gonna do that.
tradition I don't even remember. That's being honest. I don't even remember what the first thing was. They drugged me to tradition and shame and every negative thing they can think of.
They didn't drag you. Your ass hopped on the board and said, "Hey, pull this rope." You do this shit all the time. You didn't get drugged. You volunteered for it.
It's called disagreeing. Like, hey, maybe there's something different going on. Maybe there's something different to be seen.
And
So he likes to play devil's advocate. That's what he likes to try to do.
You kind of avoided me in this conversation because I was asking your ass direct questions about what you were saying.
What was your question?
I even asked you.
Dusto avoided everybody.
I said, Dusto, if you're dealing with a woman that you're married to,
okay,
and you get a divorce, I said, what is the difference between her and the woman that stayed married? This is a new question. Let me just ask a new one. What's the difference between her and the woman that stayed married?
And it's the same dude. I'm
no,
trying to put it together.
I'm saying two different people. Let's say two women came from a great background, right?
Okay.
Father is well raised. Father makes good money. Father was he thought about her emotions. He was emotionally intelligent. When she skinned her knee, he didn't say get up. Baby, let me put something on your boo boo. They was raised like that, right? And they get married to a guy that may not be as good as the father, but a decent man. And they get a divorce. And one puts the man on child support and does everything she can to hinder the relationship between him and his kids, and the other one stays married. What was the difference?
You're asking me? Why don't you go ask the woman? She's the one who did it. You're asking me to tell you about a fictional person, why she did something. Ask.
Why would she? Let's do that. Let's just hypothetical. Let's make it all the way hypothetical. Why would a woman do that? What's the rational reason for a woman putting a man on child support and keeping a man away? And how do you detect it early on before you marry her? Let's go there.
Watch how she treats people. Examine how she, number one, expectations. What does she expect? How does she believe in her father? What does she see? What's her views of men? What's her views of you? Does she actually even like you, or is she just there for convenience, support, and all this other stuff? Is she just tolerating you? How does she respond to conflict? How did she respond to the last 3 conflicts in her life? When she goes through something, does she blame the world? Does she say she's going to get back? Man, I'm going to get him. I'm going to get him. I'm going to get him. Or does she say, you know what? I'm going to let it go. I'm going to pray through it. We're going to fight through it. You'll see this stuff. It's character. But dig deeper, ask more questions, get to know the person. People don't change. They are who they are.
What a question like...
I disagree. Some people can't change.
I would ask this then.
90% people are who they are.
I believe behavior can change.
Cap.
I don't think there's no percentage on it. But I'm gonna ask you this. So when you're dealing with that woman, let's say she passed 75% of the tests you put forward. She does handle conflict pretty well. She knows how to converse and speak about her issues with you, and she can elaborate on them. What's the chances that woman still will put you on child support from your point of view? And use your child against you? And why? See, let me not ask that question because I just don't like your answer.
No, I was gonna respond, but go ahead.
Go ahead.
What's her belief? How can I explain it? In the evaluation of her, how does she view the value of a father in a child's life? Does she believe it's optional? Does she believe it's mandatory? In regular conversations, does she talk about her cousin? Man, my cousin's crazy. Because she should have let the child live with the father.
So
see the stuff.
So
and it's hypothetical. I can only give you hypothetical back.
Oh, got you. Cool. That's fine. Okay, because it's all hypothetical, but I've
Fair.
lived.
At least you're playing fair.
Right. We're going all hypothetical. Okay.
Okay.
So that same woman who you ask those questions to, you pay attention to how she handles everything. Is it safe to say you don't know, a woman doesn't know what kind of mother she's gonna be till she push a baby out?
Partially true.
Okay. So that means there's definitely wiggle room for the fact that because she was raised right, because she's handled everybody else's situations right, she could still be a fuck up in the situation.
What is raised right? Because let's be real.
No, I'm going by what you said would be the red flags you look out for, or the green flags that she has, right? So I'm assuming in this hypothetical situation that I've seen her with her cousins. Like, I don't like the way she treats her baby dad. I don't like the way she moves with her kids. Like, I just don't like what she's doing. But then she has a kid. I'm talking about that same woman has a kid and experiences what her body goes through when she has that baby. She goes through postpartum and doesn't know why she's jealous of the baby getting all the attention and her not getting it, because it's naturally what happens to a woman that has postpartum. She goes through changes she's not ready for. So I'm saying, what is the chances that that same woman would change her behavior, even though you saw her before she had the baby? She was in lockstep in agreement with what it took to be a good woman and mother. What's the chances that she would flip the script when she actually has a baby herself, which is traumatic in every way you can think of? If you've been in the waiting room, you know.
Okay, I'll just be honest. I don't know anything about postpartum. It's something I've been needing to look up, do research on. Because I had a white friend of mine, was married, said everything was somewhat cool.
Can you repeat that again from the beginning? What?
I don't know that much about postpartum. I just don't. Just being honest. But I just had a friend, he's a white guy, had 2 kids, white. One of his sons was sick and used to wake up every hour on the hour. And she just broke down and just damn near quit, to the point where he had custody since they were 1 and 3 years old as a single dad. I don't know it. I don't understand it. That one I can't answer for you.
Do you know how she was before she had the baby?
No.
Oh,
and I'm not going to ask him either.
Convenient.
No, I don't know. But why she quit?
I'm sure you don't.
Quitting on the family.
I'm sure you don't, Dusto. Look,
like I told you, I don't know that much when you come postpartum. That's out the league. But some of the other just vetting stuff, a lot of you're gonna see who people are.
You can't vet postpartum. That's the whole point. And every woman goes through it.
I can't speak on it.
And I think now this is where you could get me in this conversation, because you could say, well, if the man was more supportive and understood how to be a support system to that woman, he could get her through it, which I wasn't the best at, I'll admit, be honest myself. But we stayed together 2-3 years after my child was married. So I think that would be a horrible excuse, but nonetheless, it could be one. My point is this, and I'm done with this shit, okay? My point is, when it specifically comes to Black women and children, and women in general, but Black women specifically, because I think we have a very pertinent, very specific issue in our community. It happens to everybody, but I've said this, I've heard very good analysts break this down. And Black people are basically the canary in the coal mine. It happens to us first and the worst, right? It is what it is in American culture. I don't know why it's this way. It just is. I'm doing more research on it. But my whole point is, when a woman pushes a child out, right, and y'all don't make it as a couple, my guess, because I don't know for sure, is she resents you for not being with her, even if she was the reason you split. It's the same reason you'll see a woman say, okay, I cheated on him, but he should accept it because he quote unquote cheated on me, even if you didn't do it. It's the same reason she'll say that. It's because they look at stuff from a perspective of the Black man is not a man. They don't really see us as men. They see us as adult males They don't. But I honestly believe black women do not respect black men the way that they need to respect black men, and it's not their fault. That's my whole position. I'm not trying to beat them down with it. I'm just saying it's the reality, because Breezy was trying to tell you, a guy that is that hard-working post office man that got a nice 401k, money put up, and is a disciplined. Maybe he's overweight, but he's disciplined financially. Maybe he's broke as hell, but he got a body like Dusto. Who knows? It's a whole bunch of combinations you can go to, but he's a solid man. They are repulsed by that kind of a man. And the reason why I'm not getting as many women as I used to is because I don't move how I used to. I'm not jumping after ass. I'm not hollering at everything that moves. When I do talk to a woman, I'm actually trying to see where her brain is. And now I'm at the point when I talk to those women, I automatically see, yeah, she's not a woman that's going to understand how to be a wife. She could be a decent mother, though, but you don't know that until that woman actually has the kid. It's a separation between husband and father, and a separation between wife and mother. There's this wide gap that doesn't get talked about. And my whole breakdown today was basically that. That's why the stepdad in a lot of situations will get lifted up as far as better than the father, because he's simply with the woman. You get what I'm saying?
Hey, can I chime in real quick, Sam, before you
Hold
go?
on. Let me see if you get what I'm saying.
My pushback is that we already start off saying the black man, he's just he don't need to be respected, and accepting of that. Then accepting saying these women ain't. So what do you expect if the mindset somewhere in the subconscious or conscious mind is black people as losers? What do you expect to be treated like? If you already starting out saying we losing in a woman, I'm black and I ain't nothing, she's black and she ain't nothing.
When I prove it, though, Dust,
what do you expect them to act like?
When I prove it, Dust,
I wasn't taught that. I
prove it, Dusto, that's my whole point. When I prove it, why am I still treated that way?
I never believed it. I ain't getting treated that way. My dad, my family, people I rock with, we don't just know.
Okay, go ahead, Marcus, and I'm done.
No, because I'm gonna say this, because I've been in the position where I was the quote unquote stepdad when I was with a single mother, and the relationship that she had with her biological ex-husband / baby daddy was very toxic. It wasn't good. Like, they would always argue, or a lot of times disagree in a very bad way, where it wasn't exactly mature. And they were both older than me. Now, when it came to me being put, I guess I was put on a pedestal sometimes because I was the guy filling in the role. And I kind of look back to my parents' relationships. My mom was, the very coddling, very loving mother, but she was a bad wife to my father. My father took care of everything in the household. So when I saw that, it was like a full circle in a way, where, damn, like, just imagine, this could be me. I could end up like that. It didn't work out. I'm not with that woman anymore because it was just an issue between me and her. There are things that I did wrong that I probably wasn't ready for. There are things that she definitely did wrong that she knew she wasn't ready for. And, it is what it is. Now I'm with somebody else for years consistently. But I learned, and I saw that, hey, you know what? This isn't for that type of dynamic. It's detrimental. It's disastrous. It's going to hurt, and it's going to tear a lot more people. And I think people need to understand that, like, hey, take the time to see what you're doing wrong, self-reflect, and if you don't want to use the word accountability, just look at yourself in the mirror. Ask yourself, hey, damn, because now my father's, he's chilling. He's with a new family, new woman, younger woman, has a baby, little sibling I haven't even met. And my mom's by herself, alone, dying alone. So, I just want to make sure that, it's not that we're gloom and doom. It's just the reality. Reality, truth hurts. So,
go ahead. Now I got a question for Marcus.
No, I'm going to finish up. But it's just that things like that, I pay attention to things like that, and I understand where CJ's coming from because I've seen that stuff. And this is me dating women that were my age or older. And the woman that I used to be with, she was exactly like a good 8-9 years older than me. She had experienced this stuff. And it still didn't matter.
CJ, If you can, I wanted to play this video right quick before we get up out of here. I want everybody to see this video right quick.
I will go ahead and finish with what you was gonna ask Dusto and I'll play it.
Freezy, well, and is it gonna be the very same thing? The woman throwing the baby out the window and the man is innocent working 80 hours? Is it gonna be one of those videos?
Actually, no, it's about a drug dealer.
Okay.
You okay with that?
What's Marcus? Question.
Yeah.
You said that your dad took care of everything and then your mom acted a certain way.
Yeah,
was there something not being taken care of? Or if not, why was she acting the way that she was acting? What is the real full reason of why?
So the way I was able to extract it was my mom just took things for granted. She disrespected my father, didn't understand, like she just didn't want to comprehend, like, hey, this is the way that he's running the household. Every time she always wanted a problem or an argument. Even when we would come home from work, the whole thing of, I do believe strongly of men when they want to come home from, battling and working hard and even slaving away, they don't want to come to that issue. So when I hear people actually like try to like say, oh, that's just a talking point. No, it's not a talking point. It's legit. Like, do we really want to come home after we slaved away, almost, died in the sun, working hard? And my mom took it for granted. She messed up, and she admits it herself. She messed up. She disrespected my father. She did things that she wasn't supposed to, and she tried to make excuses for it. But that's narcissism. That's narcissism to its max, and that's other types of isms in itself. So there's more than that, and that falls on my mom. My dad himself, he was there because he had us, and he didn't want to leave us. And that's why when you hear me talk about my father, I have a lot of respect for. I have a lot of respect for my mom as a mother, but not as a wife. But that's just the truth, But you're never gonna hear me dog my father, especially him.
Okay, Freeze, go ahead.
And yes, Scam, he did shame sometimes.
There's a dial-up internet.
No, I had to stop it because I want to make sure everybody heard it from the beginning. Here we go.
It don't seem like it's playing. If you are playing it right now, we ain't seeing nothing.
You ain't seeing nothing?
No, it's just stuck on that screen.
Oh, okay, I see.
Is it on Instagram? You can send it to my inbox. I'll play it.
You know what? Let me share the right screen, because I thought I could just I'm gonna do this. Now you can see that, right?
Yeah.
Okay, here we go.
If I find it crazy, I'll give you $1, $2, $3, $400 in cash right now. You get one.
Now he's asking her, what's the craziest thing you've done in your relationship? That's what he asked her in the beginning.
One chance, in or you out?
I'm in.
All right, so what's the secret?
Okay, so basically I caught my boyfriend cheating on me.
Caught him cheating on you?
Yeah.
How'd you feel?
Devastated.
Okay, but keep going.
So then I knew about all the secrets that he had done, like murders.
Wait, huh?
Yeah. Murders. And I wanted payback for him cheating.
Okay.
So then I called the cops, tipped them off, and so one day they pulled him over while we were in the car together. I tipped him off about him having a gun, and from there he was arrested.
And what?
Now I don't know if y'all heard what she said. She said her boyfriend cheated on her, and how she paid him back was she told the cops about a gun that he used for deletions. That he used for a bunch of deletions and stuff. And the cops found the gun.
Happened? They found the gun yet?
Yeah, they connected it to multiple murders.
And what happened to him now?
He's in jail.
For life?
He doesn't know that I called him though.
Why'd you call the police?
He cheated on me.
Did you ever confront him?
No.
You ever have a boyfriend before?
Okay.
So you tell me the craziest secret.
We can stop. So basically, her boyfriend cheated on her. She knew he was a murderer. and he had plenty bodies. Because he cheated on her, she then subsequently told the cops about a gun that they could trace the bodies back to, and now the dude is doing life, right? He don't even know that she's the one that snitched on him because the reason why she snitched on him because he cheated on her. Now, we know this dude should be in prison. It's just karma. So let's just go ahead and skip that part. But the biggest part that people miss about this, she wasn't even supposed to be with this dude, a murderer. She got mad because he cheated on her. No, bitch, you weren't even supposed to be with this dude from the jump. And what I'm trying to tell you, Dusto, the only reason why this murderer is in prison is not because he murdered somebody. It's because he cheated on her. Do you understand what I mean now? That
I completely freeze it. I completely understand.
No, listen to what I'm saying.
I need to go her and get successfully married, and then go find the worst black people I can ever find, cheaters, killers, and drug smugglers.
It's not about
and
you.
use them as examples.
Listen to what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm telling you, Dusto. It's not about you. The responsibility that black women have is simply not to take murderers serious and date them and fuck them. And the only reason why this dude is in prison is because he cheated on her, not because he murdered somebody. Do you understand the dysfunction in that? This is across the damn nation when it comes to black women.
Right. So I need to go. So what you're saying is y'all supposedly are so successfully married, but then we got to go find black women that are all throwing drug dealers in prison. It's one or the other.
No, what I'm telling you,
nobody ain't shit or everybody something.
What I'm telling you,
why does everything go to the worst people that I don't even talk to in my regular life?
This girl is in. Did you notice she had a backpack on? It's a reason why I showed
like a backpack.
Listen, it's a reason
These
why
are the only black people we can find.
Listen, it's a reason why
drug smugglers.
Dusto, it's a reason why I showed the video.
Why not just had one running over the baby?
What I'm telling you, Dusto, this is what I'm telling you. The girl that the interviewer was talking to, she's in college. It's college women making choices like this, not just
college.
Listen to what I'm telling you. It goes back to what me and CJ was saying. The problem doesn't lie with the extremes. It lies with the people in the middle. It don't lie with all the sexy reds and the Pookies and Ray Rays. They already fucked up. It lied with this girl who's supposed to have some damn sense, who in college, who chose to take a murderer serious, and because he cheated on her, that's when she chose to go to the damn police out of spite and put him in prison.
Frazier, you're missing my point.
I think you're missing my damn point.
My point is, I've never heard of Sexy Red till I came to the internet, and the only people I hear talking about Sexy Red are married men.
Dusto, you so full of shit,
man.
I don't listen to this
so
junk.
full of shit, bro.
And I refuse to go look up and find out who she is. All I hear is Sexy Red. And then there was somebody named Sexy Red TV that's a content creator, and I thought that's who they was talking about.
You know what's wrong with you?
This junk.
This was wrong with you.
I'm not gonna lie, I thought that same thing too, but I found it was somebody else.
Freezy and Marcus.
Marcus, am I wrong?
No. Freezy and Marcus, I appreciate y'all. I'm gonna wrap this nigga up, and I'm gonna catch y'all on the next one, bro. This is over. I'm done.
All right, bro. Have a good night, guys.
Hey,
All
CJ,
right,
I appreciate you, bro. It's been lovely, man.
Appreciate you, man. Y'all come back, man.
All right, for sure. All right, Dusto.
All right, peace out. CJ, one day the bell's gonna go off and you're not gonna be happy. I'm trying to tell you.
The what?
The bell's gonna go off. How many people told? Because I used to be
you actually watch my content, Dusto?
I was watching from the beginning. I was ghost watching.
I'm talking about recently. Like, I've stepped up everything recently.
I just got back from in the country today.
Okay. Well, you need to watch my content. Okay.
No, CJ, I rock with you. You hit me up anytime. and you play fair when it comes to the arguments. Like you were
Right.
saying, throw 40% of tradition. You get where I'm coming from, a lot of it.
Right.
But what I'm saying is this. We're talking about fixing the Black image. We know that people lack self-esteem, confidence, direction, and everything. So why is it every time the men want to get up here, married, single, whatever, let's go beat up on the very Black woman?
What
What
would
if
you like?
they said, you know what, if you tell them they ain't shit, what if they say, you know what, you're right? Right, I'll show you.
They do shit. They do say that shit. Well, if you go, you know, Keisha Cole. No, see, I forgot you was born in Tampa Bay and don't know shit about.
No, I'm from Virginia. Yeah, listen. I used to listen to Keisha
She
Cole.
said I should have cheated.
Was
As
she
much
wrong?
as you accuse me of lying. No,
Was-
I mean, first
was
of
she
all,
wrong?
I never understood the logic of saying, well, if you're going to accuse me of it, I might as well do it.
That's how I am.
I'm not like that. I get it, but I think it's stupid. I think that's a stupid way of thinking. Like, why would you go be the thing that she thinks you are so you can actually be it? It doesn't make sense.
Me personally, this is me. Person talking to me crazy, I just can't. I just no. Now these spaces, I don't take this serious half the time. Some of the conversations you get,
I noticed.
you say some stuff. No, I try to say something makes sense the first time, the second time, 2-3 strikes is trolling time.
Right.
Because they ain't listening no way, and they only want something negative. That's the only thing they want. Versus actually saying, what if there is another way? If 80% of people acting crazy, maybe there's a reason for it. Maybe they were taught to be crazy. Maybe they
I agree. I agree.
Or if 80% of women are out of control, look across the street at the men, you'll probably see why.
Okay. So when you saw this title today, which is, because I don't know if you can see it anymore. You forget a lot of shit. So I'm gonna read it off to you.
I see
Do
it.
Black women really want Black men to be fathers? When you saw that title, what were you thinking before you clicked on?
Like, the CJ caught up in this stuff too. I'm gonna have to give him a call. Don't do it, CJ. That's what I was thinking.
And when you got here,
there's a level of grace because I know your story, I know your situation, and I know you're doing the work to be better. But there's also correcting and redirecting behavior, environment, and whatever you put in your subconscious mind. If in your mind, Black woman ain't nothing. Look at them Black women, them black ass black.
Well, you know, I'm only going to marry a Black woman. You do know that's my stance, right?
Okay. And if you're saying I'm only going to marry a Black woman, but everything you say is negative about them, that means, hi, my name is CJ. I want the most negative Black woman.
Right? You said if, right? I just want to be clear because the people watching, I don't always say that, guys. You talking about if I was to be that guy that always talks about negative Black women, right?
If there's 6 Black women watching this, and they watch you people, man, look at them women, them black ass Black women. Are they scrambling? Man, what's your IG? Let's just say it was the woman that you wanted. Right. Do you think this is what they're scrambling to hear? Because in their mind, they're thinking, shoot, this is what I'm going to have to listen to after church. This is what I got to deal with if I'm burning this chicken sandwich. How bad Black woman? No, just no. No. They ain't trying to hear that. What Black women will click the link? The very ones that you asked for. Yakety quack masters. Yak, yak, yak. You're going to hear all that. There's going to be a dust-a-thon dropping the panels and 50% of men's, women's. I've seen it 500,000 times to the point where I'm running out of troll comments because it'd be the same ones with the same stuff. I had to look for new stuff to troll.
So I know what the ladies do. Let me ask you what you do. So when you see content that is critical of Black women, right? Do you automatically place them in a bucket of dysfunctional, woman-hating men? Is that where you place them when you see, critical content of Black women?
Pretty much another dust panel, the norm. 52.8% men's, the women's, the 50% modern women, the sexy red and whoever Pound Town is or whatever that is.
Right.
Junk that I don't even know. Junk that I personally can't. I'm telling you. To meet these women who's doing this stuff, I can't talk to them. I can't do it. Because how the dudes complaining about it, then they ironing their best shirt, scrambling 45 minutes up the interstate to go get to it.
This is where I'm fair, right? So I've had guys talk to me, but they can't, defeat my logic though. But I'm celibate, right? Lord have mercy, it's been 8 months. It ain't been easy, but I'm doing it, right? Part of that is because the woman I want ain't came my way. Because if the right woman come, that celibate shit out the window quick, right? But you know what I'm saying. But I'm basically celibate to the fuck shit, right? Like if she's just a piece of ass, I'm like, you can't be a piece of ass for me. You used to could, right? And I think a lot of guys try to sell to women. Well, you a chick I would fuck, but you're not a chick I would wife. I think that you will never get nowhere talking to women like that. Saying it. Like I understand that we know that's kind of what it is, but even with us.
To be honest, you can actually tell them I don't want to marry you and I just want to knock it down. I've heard.
No. I'm saying I'm saying,
a virgin, but
they accept it for their time being. But if you're me, right, who can really fuck the shit out these chicks, right, and they like me, they'll say that, and then it's like, well, so it's like I know what women are. Okay, they'll lie all day. They'll say I'm fine being a hoe, and this is to your point earlier. They want you to be fathers, but the way that they move, the way that they act, and the way that they think about what a man is contrarian to getting that result. That's my whole point. That was my whole point of this show. My whole point of this show was to say, I always bring myself into it because I'm the best example I know. I know who I am. I know what my belief system is, and I know what principles I stood on, and I stand on to this day. I stood on with my ex-wife, and I'll stand on it with my future wife. She's gonna have to rock with who I am, or she's gonna have to go. And I don't mean that in the sense that I'm not willing to compromise, or I'm not willing to do things to be better, or do things that would make her more comfortable. I will do that, but there are some things I will not change for. I will not deal with a woman that raises her voice consistently. I will not deal with a woman with a potty mouth. There are some things I just won't deal with, right? I won't deal with a woman that got a bad relationship with her baby daddy. I'll deal with a woman that got a child, but they're going to have years of experience of co-parenting to where they got their shit in order, and she ain't trying to involve me in what he should be doing and all that bullshit, right? But if I make a video talking about how a woman that is a baby mama that has a toxic relationship with her baby father, and this is why I won't deal with it. You're saying, as somebody that another duster that doesn't know me, you would come into looking at my video and think, here's another dust guy. And that's the problem, because there has to be this conversation. There's still, even though it's oversaturated, you still have to have these conversations, bro. Just in a more productive way. And that's why I'm going on the road with this shit. I'm finna sit down and really talk to women face-to-face, cameras, with real questions and talking points that ain't just, I'm finna get this bitch to say the dumbest shit so we can go viral.
I had a question.
Go ahead.
If the conversation's been had to the point where I could act it out on 10 different squares, a whole panel by myself, faster than 10 real people can, what's the conversation that's not being had? Don't you think that might be don't you think that's something that's lacking and desperately needed, especially since we don't see change being facilitated?
I would argue, Dusto, that through, maybe 10 years of this space being around, that the reason that you see, like the clip of the movie I showed earlier, of that woman saying to her mother that you ran my father away, I would argue that you're seeing more content like that with videos and movies is because this conversation that's been had in these spaces has pushed that forward.
The problem with that message is that the women and the men's, both of them, when they see that, the women get triggered, the men get triggered.
Hold on, before you do that,
don't get the message.
Before you finish, See, I think you just don't. You don't really know my points. Like for real, you don't. I think you know I'm different, but you don't really know how. So, for instance, I didn't have a problem with the Oprah generation that talked about down low men. Because were there down low men? Yes. Were there men that abandoned their children? Yes. Were there men that sold crack? Yes. I didn't appreciate that being the main only narrative. That was my only point. That there was no room for real pushback. There was no flip side to the coin. So it was all you won't never see me in a woman's comment section talking about not all men. Because I know it's not all men. You just won't see me doing that. You'll see me having a conversation about, okay, what percentage of men you think do that? And what does that look like? And do you give yourself to him? And if you do give yourself to him, are you on birth control so you make sure you don't get pregnant and reproduce with a man like that? That'll be my approach to it. It's not that I don't have a problem with the streets. I don't have a problem with street niggas. I don't. Because there's always going to be that. There are white street niggas too. There are Mexican street sicarios. It's always going to be gangsters. My only problem is that it's pushed to the front in our community, and that's supposed to be the standard for black men. And then you look at Sexy Red, even though I believe it's only 5% of Sexy Reds out here, but who Sexy Red is does influence the culture. And it's 5 today. It might be 55 in 20 years.
Well, that's why you should push something different.
I've been battling with that, Dusto, to show more of the women that we should like do more reaction videos or have more conversations with the women that are actually talking about the kind of wife they need to be. Honestly, though, not a chameleon though.
Because most of it is so garbage that chameleons. That's why another reason I don't take this state. They're reading the script. In a traditional life, I cook, I clean. Yes,
that's a fact. I'd be like, bro, stop.
I don't smell that from 500
Have you seen the white girls that be like, I love you, black man? Like, oh my God. That shit there is cringe.
It's so bad. There's an Asian chick, Filipina something, 200,000-300,000 subscribers.
Yeah.
What's your black husband's boyfriend's name? What's your black man's name? What's his name?
DeMario. She gonna say something quick as hell.
I love super chats. But yeah, we know what this is. But I'm just saying, especially when y'all not necessarily tripping about the money and all that.
Right.
I mean, if you want to make money, run a dust panel. If I wanted to get paid, I'd have had the dustiest panel there was.
Right.
I don't want that junk lingering in my subconscious. I like when I can hit the red X whenever I want to.
Somebody block Lady Navoa, please.
I'll be firing my channel back up soon sometime. I really don't feel like it. Don't want to. But I tell most people, don't come to my channel with that men's, women's. Don't subscribe. Stay over where you are.
Mm-hmm.
But a conversation, peaceful, can be had about something different.
Right.
It can be done.
I know this for sure about you. One of your main talking points, which niggas, I can't stand when you act like talking points are okay to have, people.
They
have made the word like nigga, literally damn near every book you've ever read had talking points, cites, quotes, stats, like all that shit. We can't just because the manosphere overdoes the shit doesn't mean a talking point is not something you need. I had talking points for this show so it could be together. Goddamn.
Original though. That's fair.
Okay, fine. So, but one of your talking points is effective communication.
Mm-hmm.
What does that look like?
Looks like it probably takes show 1, show 2, show 3, just to even get to the bottom of it. But effective communication, asking better questions, coming with right intent, listening not just to, I heard what you said. Now this, what'd you say? Yeah, I heard what you said. And then waiting to attack. That's not communication. You're talking at people. You're putting them in combat, and then you complain when they punch in your shit.
Right.
Effective communication. Why do you think the way you did? Fully listening, trying to understand where somebody's coming from. And believe it or not, I'll say it, and people always hate it. Feelings, emotions.
They matter.
70, 80, 90% of the world. Logic ain't but 10%, if even, because most people don't have any anyway.
Logic is flawed, bro. I've always said that.
Most people don't have any logic. If they were so logical, they'd be smart enough to go learn about emotions. But understand where people are coming from, why, how. You'll see pain, you'll see shame, you'll see neglect, you'll see all kinds of abuses, good experiences, misleading, all the stuff to why they are the way they are, why they say what they say. If you can't get to the why and the how are you going to redirect and change behavior? You're just trying to treat it at the surface level, which is interpreted as, I didn't like what you said. I want you to say what I want you to say. So I'm going to just beat up what you said. Do I do it as a troll? Yeah, damn right I do. And I'm a monster at it. But real conversation.
That's a fact.
Hey, if they swing at me, I mean, I got no choice. I'm a monster with this mic. But no, the real talk, if you want to change behavior, you got to know where they are. Meet people where they are. And you can't move somebody from being a pookie to a CEO in 6 minutes on a dustpan. It's not realistic. Meet people where they are. Try to understand where they are. Try to get one thing through, then maybe two, then follow up. It's a slow process. People took 20 years, 30 years to be where they are. That's not where they want to be. But somewhere in there was 5 years of good learning. Try to build on that. That's just a part of effective communication.
Let me show you something. Let me show you something right quick. This has been my podcast. It's called the Man with the Plan podcast. But I had a conversation about, stepdad with my partner. Check this out.
Okay.
And I want to show you a comment, which is why which shows you why I fucking agree with you on a lot of what you say.
Stepdad. Yeah, but we ain't even gonna call it that. You okay with being a bad? What we gonna? Because I wouldn't be a stepdad. What would you be? I'd be a dad. I'd be a dad to them. You know what I'm saying? If I was to be with a woman that has a father that's involved, I would rather them be have years of experience of co-parenting versus somebody that's just getting into it. I'm fine with either or. I'm not, but I mean, because I've just experienced. That's why you don't put your whole heart into everybody that you put my. If you put your whole heart in a hole, man, you're gonna be fucked up. Not a hole, cuz just like somebody that might be just having difficulties with their child's father. I don't want to deal with that. I'd rather them have it if they together. Having difficulty with their child's father, they are having difficulties with their child's father. I'm not. We could be cool. But I'm saying I ain't saying like handshaking cool. Okay, so you know my situation. We could be hammer cool. You know my situation. I done literally kicked the ass.
All right, that's enough. We don't need to go further than that. Sounds like he's trying to save his mom. That was a single mom. If you have your shit together and no kids, there's no reason to be with a single mom ever. I am so sick of those niggas. I'm not gonna lie, because I've been going crazy with my short game lately, right?
Okay.
And I'm seeing a whole lot of guys come into my comment section now saying shit like, "Why would you be with a single mom? Cause she a good woman, nigga." Like it's. I mean, I got my limits like anybody else, but I do get tired of guys running with the narrative. But I think that's what comes with having these conversations. Like some people are just going to misinterpret or overuse, but that doesn't. To me, that doesn't remove the need for the conversation. But I do get where you're coming from. I do.
I put it this way. A lot of people, and even podcasts, much as he blasted me in the chat even today, he even sensed it out once that I also said when I flipped panels upside down. Some of the dudes is 28 and can't even get the very single moms they're complaining about. Or mad because a single mom ragdoll them won't give them no booty. Talking about they won't date single moms because a content creator with 200,000 subscribers told them so. Or some of them never even dated a single mom. They're not even living this life and don't even know and never even gave it a chance. Or they ain't fit for raising the kids no way. So there's a lot of dudes that are just talking.
Yeah, I agree.
Shout out to Tommy B. He's like, Dusto, people like me, like you, like Mandra, some of us come into space that are actual men. That'll stand on our actual opinion. They're called leaders.
Take Mandrell out of that, but go ahead.
But we're outliers because most people come and most people are followers. So it's nothing but robots that like artificial intelligence regurgitating the talking points to yell at women. A lot of the women to yell at men and say the dudes ain't this. And you can't say anything else because now you're the enemy. and a button goes off. Simp, beta, and they don't even know what simps and betas even are. They're robots.
So, do you agree with this question on the screen? What do you think about this question on the screen? Women control what kind of father you will be.
No.
Why not?
But they can have some effect in it. They do have something to play in it.
I said earlier, a man cannot be a great father without a great woman.
I'll just say this.
I'm not a great father. Just to put it in context. I'm not a great father because I can't be. Because I'm not with her mom.
Are you doing the best that you can?
Yes. I'm a decent father. Not a great is reserved. Great is reserved for what Tez is doing to me.
Yeah, all trolling aside, CJ is doing the best that he can. Anybody who's watching, all trolling aside. Women can pick you up or they can push you down. Mm-hmm. But you yourself first can push yourself up or pull yourself down. Mm-hmm. But when you get married, it's one unit. And it's supposed to be trying to go as high as it can go. So yes, you can pull on it. Yes, you can drag, derail, and whatever. But yes, you can also derail yourself, or you can allow it to derail. Mm-hmm. The biggest things when it comes to relationship, it's sad that I'm the one that has to say this. I'm the single ugly dude. But where are these married men that are supposed to be guiding the people talking about the number one reason for divorce being communication? We're the married men talking about relationship skills instead of beating them with the woman should do this and should and gotta and beta, all this junk. Leadership is communication based. You talk, people move. You talk, people don't move. Mm-hmm. You talk and listen. Those are the main two skills, probably 80%. But where's that at in the spaces?
The space definitely could use some remodeling.
Soft skills, deeper understanding, why this woman did this, why this man said this, expectations. What else? Emotion management, controlling your outrage, keeping you cool.
Lord knows I've had to practice that.
Yeah, if you outrage, what you expect her to do? You're supposed to be an emotional manager. She tell you something crazy, you blow up. She can't manage her own emotions. She's counting on you, and you crazy. Now the kid's crazy.
I agree with you there. We don't disagree much of this though. You just a troll ass nigga. Like it's what you like. Like I can't. I think it bothers me that you talk to me like a manosphere knight. Like I'm not, nigga. Like I got support for the space because I think it's necessary. I think it's necessary for these fuck ups to happen. I think it's necessary but I've seen conversations in this space early on. I will admit it was more early on that have transformed people's relationships. I've seen it happen. It just doesn't happen as much as it used to because when this space made money, when it really started to make money, is when this space really changed. I saw it. I saw it from the beginning, bro. And so that's why I have a little bit of it's like my baby a little bit, you know what I mean? Like my little cousin or some shit. Like I got love for it. I see he going astray. I'm trying to lead him back on the right path. But it's only so much I can do. So before I wrap, bro, trying to see how I'm gonna ask this. With this space, do you think it needs to be removed completely? Or do you believe that you just need to see more diversity in it? Is it too hyper focused on women? Like, what is your main issue and what do you think the change need to be? Let's talk about a solution. What do you want to see and what do you think would be more productive for some of this content per se?
I beat up on only the fraud in the space. Mm-hmm. Let's be real, it's entertaining because I'm in here. I come to clown because I think it's a joke, most of it. It is a joke.
Okay.
It's founded on men failing with women. So it's going to start off as a failure anyway.
Right.
Foundation is already bad and cracked. Then you throw money into it. Then you throw no standards of anybody can grab a microphone. That's dangerous. So the space exists. Let it be what it is. We can't save everybody anyway.
Mm-hmm.
But sometimes I got to realize I'm 43. I might get hit by a truck and it might be the last time speaking. So sometimes like I don't want to speak on stuff that I'm allegedly not qualified to speak on. But then again, people are qualified. What in the hell are they saying? Same stupid shit.
Yeah.
Anyway,
yeah.
There's a dark hole. If you want to talk about relationships working, go all the way to the root and go get to the beginning. This is a man. This is a woman. Each one is different. Each one's individual. But what are the holes, the biggest things of why they're not connecting? There's a connection and communication problem. There's an expectation problem. There's a leadership problem. There's a masculinity, femininity, some of that other stuff problem. But it starts with the basis of, do people like each other? Are they attracted to each other? Can they fully understand that there are things they can do to make themselves better people? And it's going to start with men. Men can't make better women, but they can make themselves better as better men. If you make better men, you'll see better women start to appear. That's a fact. Go to the best places, downtown, wherever in your city. You'll see better men and better women moving accordingly. Go to the worst neighborhood where you won't even park your dog. You're going to see some out of control people. The dog's going to be out of control too. That's the environment. That's what they created.
Mm-hmm.
But no, I just think there should be more conversations facilitating some of the change. Something positive.
Mm-hmm.
People want to be rewarded for good behavior versus just beat on all day for bad behavior, especially when they're not even participating in it. I'm black. I don't do all this dumb stuff to keep saying men do. So do I want to hear about it and then to put that on my name? No. So why would you keep doing that to black women? And if you do that, what type of woman you expect to be appearing? The ones who are comfortable with it. The ones who grew up in it and who are doing it. No great black women want to keep hearing about how crappy black women are all day. Just like decent black men don't want to come around hearing how these men ain't nothing but Pookies and Ray Rays. So I think some of the environment can change. There's a whole bunch of open area where nobody's talking about communication, connection, little things that make people better people that they can do. Fitness, listening. My first show was anger management. Just basic one by one things people can work on. Dressing better, smiling, positivity. And like I told you, y'all can steal any ideas I ever got. If y'all want to, I don't care. I might get hit by a truck, never get to speak again. Positive thoughts, positive communication versus negative expectations. Problem solving, critical thinking, asking questions, patience.
One thing that I think good people are struggling with, right? What the downtown people or the people in the hood that just don't happen to have the better situations, right? Struggle with. Well, I guess it's kind of what you said about Keisha Cole to an extent. They struggle with the idea of I got to do right in a world that's so bad. But my philosophy, and I mean the philosophy of the Bible too, is that if you're going to be good, you got to understand bad comes with it too. And that is not an excuse to go the bad route. That's just my viewpoint. It's hard to do, but I mean, it's necessary because if we continue to give in to the shit that makes this world worse, then what will the world be?
Worse.
But that's all I got, Dusto, man. I appreciate you coming through, and we got through the shit. I can't believe we did, but we
yeah, I don't come with bad. Y'all know me. I don't come with bad intentions.
That's why I bring you up.
There's always the other side to a conversation. There's always a deeper why, a how, and maybe a other side or other part of the conversation that's not being had. Let's be real. If you were born 3 beds to the left in the hospital, you'd be that very crazy person you're talking about.
All right, man.
Yeah.
I'll catch you next time.
Dusty Crust. You're sending me these
All
streets.
right,
Appreciate you.
All right. That was Dusto, ladies and gentlemen. Are you a rapper? No, I'm celibate, so I don't even wear condoms no more. But look, man, I ain't gonna lie. This conversation went where I didn't think it was gonna go. But you know, you need a little razzle dazzle every game. I guess anything can happen if the Detroit Lions win a playoff game. So, you know, got to be prepared for whatever life throws at you. You know, they won a championship for the second time in 60-some years. God damn! Shout out to Rob, man. I know you happy about them Lions, man. Go Lions. My team play tomorrow. We play against the Bills. I'm a Steelers fan. I don't believe in us. I just don't. We got so much work to do. I'll be happy a little bit if we win, but it's like I'm only gonna be thinking we're gonna lose eventually. So you know what I mean? Like, I can't be excited about one win. But anyway, I asked the question, man, do black women want black men to be fathers? And I think after having these conversations today, my answer is still no, but I understand what Dusto was saying and why he said yes. Because I think that they want you to be a father. They want to be a mother to your child. They want to be a wife. And I think the same is for black men. We want to be fathers. We want to be husbands. But we kind of learning on the fly. And I had a conversation with my uncle the other day about how, like, y'all expect some things from us that we just didn't know how to do. So shout out to my guy Freezy, shout out to my guy Dusto, my co-host Tez, Marcus, the World Class, aka Low Class, Team Fatty all day, you feel me? That was definitely a joke. But women control what kind of father you will be. They do. They definitely have some control in that situation because they have influence over your children, especially early on. When they get a little older, it's a different conversation. But you wouldn't know that unless you had kids. So maybe I'll spend a little bit more time talking about that. But this episode was not to bash black women. The title might have made you feel that way, but I did that to bring you in the conversation, right? I did that to pull you in. I want you to just listen to what I had to say. Listen to some of those clips I played. Understand that this is how some black men feel. And feelings do matter. A lot of people say that they don't, care. But I care about feelings. A woman's feelings can actually lead you to make the most logical situation. I've experienced that before. A woman's intuition is real. A woman's way of thinking could definitely motivate you to make the right move as a man. Okay, Jay. Yes, I have kids. Well, I have a kid, an 8-year-old. But and don't say nothing stupid and get your ass blocked, please. Just because I just got a feeling you finna say something stupid. So just don't do it. How about that? But yeah, man. So I'm gonna go ahead and wrap this show up. I think it was great. This is the longest live I've ever done. I think the longest I've ever done a live was like 3 hours. I just beat that by 2 more hours, 5 hours. Golly. You know what I mean? So yeah. I do want to see, like, my whole purpose. Okay, my bad. I'm just making sure, bro, because in these spaces you get a lot of crazy ass trolls come in asking weird questions off the rip, and it's like, oh, here we go. You know what I'm saying? But hey, consider subscribing, man. You know what I mean? We have dope conversations. This is actually a Pookie hybrid production today. Of course, I include the 5100 podcast because I'm a co-host of that. But this was really a conversation that I have because it's my personal experience. But as far as this conversation today, I appreciate Dusto, man. Like, as much as he gets on my damn nerves, and he gets on my damn nerves, bro. I allow him to be here on my panels, on the 5100 panels, because he brings an interesting perspective. When you can narrow him down, that's what I had to see. You see, y'all gotta learn how to deal with Dusto. Like, I had to narrow down the shit he was saying to get him to give me real answers, and I got it. You just gotta know how to do it. You just gotta know how to do it with Dusto. Like, Dusto respects real positions. You can't bullshit him, right? You know what I'm saying? But anyway, I'm finna wrap this thing up, bro. I appreciate y'all coming through, and I will catch y'all on the next one. I need to make me a new outro for the Pookie Hybrid channel because I don't want people to be confused about what's going on. I'll work on that, but y'all have a good one, man. It's your guy, Pookie Hybrid, aka 5100 CJ. You dig.